Hello everyone and welcome back to Scarewave Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. The Stranger's Message, a New Horror Tale. It began with a single, chilling text, late one stormy night as the wind howled outside my window. The sky was pitch black, illuminated only by the occasional flash of lightning. My phone buzzed unexpectedly, startling me from my half-asleep state. I reached for it, expecting a mundane notification or a misplaced message. Instead, the screen bore a message that froze the air in my lungs. I see you. No context, no name. Just those three haunting words. The sender's number was unfamiliar, and the unsettling simplicity of the text gripped me with an irrational fear. At first, I dismissed it, convincing myself it was a prank. People did strange things sometimes, and this must be one of those odd, meaningless moments. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was deliberate. The words felt heavy, as though they carried an unseen weight meant specifically for me. The hours that followed were anything but peaceful. I lay in bed, tossing and turning, my thoughts circling back to the message. Who had sent it? Why, was it someone I knew playing a cruel joke? Or was it something worse? Someone I didn't know at all? I clutched my phone tightly, staring at the dark ceiling as paranoia began to creep in. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind against the windows felt magnified. Was someone really watching? Morning brought little relief. The text lingered in my mind like a shadow that refused to dissipate. I decided to confront the unknown sender. My fingers trembled as I typed a simple reply. Who are you? The response came instantly, almost as if they had been waiting. You know who I am. The pit in my stomach deepened. I didn't know them, or at least I thought I didn't. The confidence in their words unnerved me. 1,000 scenarios raced through my mind, none of them comforting. I tried to call the number, desperate to hear a voice, something tangible, but the line went dead after a single ring, leaving only the hollow echo of silence. The Card of Secrets, a dark discovery. Weeks later, just as I was beginning to regain a sense of normalcy, something equally strange happened. While rummaging through an old coat I hadn't worn in months, I felt something odd in the inner pocket. A small, smooth object that didn't belong. Pulling it out, I discovered a pristine business card, its edges sharp and unmarred. The name on the card was my own, printed in an elegant serif font, accompanied by my personal email and phone number. Beneath it was the name of a company I'd never heard of, Eclipse Industries. A chill ran through me. I stared at the card, flipping it over in search of any additional clues. But the back was blank. No notes, no explanations, nothing. My mind reeled. Where had it come from? I hadn't worn that coat in months, and I certainly hadn't attended any business meetings recently. The name Eclipse Industries felt alien and ominous, like it belonged to something lurking just out of sight. The card shouldn't have been there, and yet, there it was, a quiet intrusion into my life. I began investigating. A quick online search yielded no results. No website, no phone directory listing, not even a passing mention on social media. The company simply didn't exist, at least not in the digital world. Yet, the card was real, tangible, and unsettlingly personal. I showed it to a few friends, hoping for some insight, but their responses were dismissive. Probably a mix-up, one said. Maybe you met someone and forgot, another suggested. But I knew better. I hadn't met anyone who would give me a card like this. I hadn't been anywhere that might explain its presence. The mystery gnawed at me. I began to wonder if it was connected to the texts, the ones that had stopped only days before I found the card. Was this the same person, escalating their twisted game? The thought made my skin crawl. A growing paranoia. The days that followed were marked by unease. I started noticing things, subtle shifts in my surroundings, small details that didn't add up. A shadow where there shouldn't have been one. A car parked outside my house for hours. Footsteps echoing behind me late at night, only to vanish when I turned to look. The card became an obsession. I carried it everywhere, hoping it would somehow lead me to answers. But all it brought was a sense of foreboding. a constant reminder that someone somewhere had inserted themselves into my life without my consent. Then the text started again. "Did you enjoy the card?" This time, there was no mistaking it. The sender of the texts and the giver of the card were one and the same. They were watching me, their presence invisible but suffocating. My nights became sleepless, my days filled with paranoia. Every time I stepped outside, I felt eyes on me, unblinking and relentless. I reached a breaking point. If the police wouldn't help and my friends didn't believe me, I'd have to solve this myself. But as I prepared to dig deeper, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking straight into their trap, a carefully laid snare designed to pull me further into their web of terror. The card seemed to pulse in my pocket as if it had its own sinister heartbeat. I couldn't part with it. Yet every time I touched it, a cold shiver coursed through me. The messages came more frequently now, their words more invasive, more personal. They knew where I worked, when I left my house, what I wore each day. "Blue suits you." One text read after I left for work, wearing a navy blazer. Another came moments after I unlocked my car. "Did you check the back seat?" My heart stopped. My hands trembled so violently that I nearly dropped my phone. I froze, unable to turn around. My breath caught in my throat as I forced myself to glance over my shoulder. The back seat was empty. Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. They were playing with me, feeding my fear, and I was helpless to stop it. Sleep became impossible. Every night, I lay awake, staring into the oppressive darkness of my bedroom, my ears straining for any sound that didn't belong. I thought I heard faint tapping at my windows, or the creak of floorboards in the hall. Each time, I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks. I had to believe that. I was spiraling. The texts escalated, their tone growing more aggressive. "You can't hide," one said. "I'm closer than you think." I blocked the number, but a new one always took its place. I changed my phone number, but the messages found me again within hours. Whoever this was, they weren't just watching me. They had infiltrated every corner of my life. One night, I decided to fight back. I set up a camera in my living room, its lens trained on the front door. If they were coming inside, I would catch them. The next morning, my heart sank as I reviewed the footage. At 3:03 a.m., the camera flickered and went dark for exactly 5 minutes. When the feed resumed, nothing seemed out of place, except for the card. It now sat upright on my coffee table, perfectly centered, mocking me. I didn't sleep that night, nor the night after. I couldn't stay in that house any longer. I packed a bag and checked into a motel on the edge of town, thinking I could escape whatever this was. But when I opened my suitcase, the card was there, nestled among my clothes. I hadn't packed it. I couldn't have. The motel was supposed to be my refuge, but it became another prison. The messages continued, each one more unnerving than the last. "Nice choice. Room 212 has a history." That night, I heard scratching at the door, faint at first but growing louder, more insistent. I sat frozen on the bed, clutching the useless phone in my hand, too terrified to move. The scratching stopped abruptly, and then there was a knock, soft, deliberate, and impossibly chilling. I didn't answer. Minutes stretched into hours, and when I finally summoned the courage to check, the hallway was empty. A small envelope had been slipped under the door. Inside was another card, identical to the first, except for one detail. The name had changed. It wasn't my name anymore. It was my mother's. Panic gripped me like a vice. I called her immediately, desperate to warn her, but she didn't answer. I drove to her house, breaking every speed limit along the way. The house was dark when I arrived, the front door slightly ajar. I stepped inside, calling out for her, my voice trembling. The silence was deafening. In the living room, I found another card, this one bearing my mother's handwriting. "I'm sorry," it said. I had no choice. My knees buckled, and I collapsed onto the floor, clutching the card as tears streamed down my face. What did she mean? Had she been involved in this somehow? Or was she another victim? Days blurred into weeks. My life became a waking nightmare. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls from friends. The texts continued, relentless and untraceable. I considered going to the police. But what could I tell them? That someone was sending me scary messages and leaving cryptic cards? They would dismiss me as paranoid, or worse, delusional. I wasn't even sure I could trust myself anymore. I started seeing shadows where there were none, hearing whispers in empty rooms. One night, I woke to find the word leave scrawled across my bathroom mirror in what looked like blood. I scrubbed it clean, my hands shaking so violently that I nearly broke the glass. The worst part was the dreams, or were they memories? In them, I was a child, running through a dark forest, branches clawing at my face as I stumbled over roots and rocks. Something was chasing me, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth behind me. I could never see it, but I could feel its presence, cold and suffocating. Each time I woke, drenched in sweat, the details of the dream faded, leaving only a lingering sense of dread. I began to wonder if the dreams were connected to the messages, if they were trying to tell me something I had forgotten, or something I had repressed. One day, I received an envelope in the mail, unmarked and unaddressed. Inside was a single photograph, black and white, grainy and old. It showed a group of children standing in front of a dilapidated building, their faces pale and unsmiling. I stared at the photo, my stomach churning. One of the children looked eerily familiar. It was me. I had no memory of the photo, no recollection of the building or the other children. On the back of the photo was a single word, remember. I tried to show it to a friend, hoping for some validation, but when I looked at the photo again, my face was gone. It had been replaced by a smudged black void. I became obsessed with the building in the photograph. I scoured the internet for clues, poring over old records and news articles. Finally, I found it. It was an orphanage, abandoned for decades after a fire claimed the lives of several children. My blood ran cold as I read the details. The fire had been ruled accidental, but rumors persisted of something darker. A caretaker who had gone mad, whispers of occult rituals, children who had vanished without a trace. The orphanage was only an hour's drive away. I didn't want to go, but I knew I had no choice. If I wanted answers, if I wanted this nightmare to end, I had to face whatever was waiting for me there. The building was a skeletal ruin, its charred walls standing like the bones of some ancient beast. The air was thick with decay, the ground littered with broken glass and debris. As I stepped inside, the temperature seemed to plummet. The air was heavy, oppressive, and each creak of the floorboards echoed like a gunshot. I wandered through the halls, my flashlight cutting through the suffocating darkness. The walls were covered in graffiti, some of it crude, but other symbols were more sinister, more deliberate. They seemed to pulse in the beam of my flashlight, alive with an energy I couldn't explain. In the center of the main hall was a single chair, its wood blackened and brittle. On the seat was a card, identical to the others, except for one detail. This one had no name. It was blank. As I reached for it, the air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to ripple, converging around me. I felt a presence, something vast and ancient, watching me from the darkness. A voice, low and guttural, whispered in my ear, "You shouldn't have come." The flashlight flickered and died, plunging me into darkness. My scream was swallowed by the void as the shadows closed in. The darkness pressed in on me like a living thing, suffocating and absolute. I fumbled with the flashlight, desperate to bring its beam back to life, but the batteries refused to spark. My heart pounded like a drum in my chest, each beat echoing in the oppressive silence. The whispering began again, this time all around me, a cacophony of voices that rose and fell in eerie harmony. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand, their words like a twisted chant, resonating with a malevolence that chilled me to my core. I staggered backward, my foot catching on something. I fell hard, the impact jarring every bone in my body. The flashlight rolled away, its faint glow sputtering back to life for a fleeting moment before extinguishing completely. I crawled forward, my fingers scraping against the cold, uneven floor as I searched for the flashlight. My hand brushed against something soft, a fabric, damp and cold. I recoiled, but not before my fingers closed around it involuntarily. It was a child's shoe, small and worn, Its once bright colors faded to a muted gray. My breath hitched. The shoe was damp with something sticky. I didn't dare guess what it was. The chanting grew louder, more urgent. The walls seemed to tremble with the weight of it. A faint light began to glow at the end of the hallway, casting long, flickering shadows that danced like specters. I should have run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. I forced myself to stand, each movement slow and labored, as if the air itself resisted me. The light grew brighter, pulsating in time with the voices. It was coming from a doorway, partially ajar, at the end of the corridor. I didn't want to go, but my body moved on its own. The room beyond the door was circular, its walls lined with blackened brick that seemed to absorb the light. In the center was a symbol carved into the floor, intricate and unnerving, its lines etched deep into the stone. The glow emanated from the symbol, its light unnatural, shifting between colors that had no name. Around the circle stood figures cloaked in shadows, their faces obscured. They didn't move or speak, but their presence was suffocating. At the center of the circle was a single object, the card. This one was different. The name was back, but it wasn't mine this time. It was my sister's. I hadn't spoken to her in years, not since a falling out that had severed our once close bond. The guilt I had buried deep now surged to the surface, mingling with the terror that threatened to overwhelm me. The figures turned toward me in unison, their movements slow and deliberate. They raised their hands, pointing to the card. I shook my head, stepping back, but the door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the room. The air grew thick, and a low growl reverberated through the space. I grabbed the card, desperate to make it stop, to make them go away. The moment my fingers touched it, the world shifted. The ground beneath me gave way, and I was falling, tumbling through a void that stretched on forever. Whispers filled my ears, their words now clear. Remember the price. Remember the debt. I landed hard on a cold, damp floor, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. I was back in the hallway, but it was different now. The walls were covered in writing, names scrawled in a childlike hand. Hundreds, maybe thousands of names. My name was there, repeated over and over, growing larger and more distorted as it climbed the walls. A sound echoed behind me, a soft giggle, high-pitched and unnatural. I turned slowly, my pulse thundering in my ears. A child stood there, her features blurred and shifting, as if the shadows refused to let her take form. She held a card in her hand, holding it out to me with an unsettling smile. Her voice was a whisper, yet it filled the hallway. "It's your turn." I tried to back away, but my feet wouldn't move. The air around her grew darker, swirling like a storm. The card began to glow, its light searing and unbearable. I screamed as the light enveloped me, and the world dissolved into chaos. When I opened my eyes, I was in my apartment, sitting on the floor with the card clutched in my hand. The room was silent, the kind of silence that presses down on you, heavy and unnatural. My phone buzzed, pulling me back to reality. A message flashed on the screen. "Welcome back. Ready to play again?" My hands trembled as I threw the phone across the room, but the buzzing continued, relentless. I tried to destroy the card, to burn it, tear it, drown it. Nothing worked. It always reappeared, whole and untouched. The messages changed after that, becoming demands. Choose someone, or the choice will be made for you. I didn't understand at first, but then the dream started again. This time, they weren't about me. They were about the people I loved. My sister, my mother, my friends. Each night, I saw them in the forest, running, screaming, as the shadows closed in. Each morning, I woke with a new name etched into the card. The truth hit me like a freight train. This wasn't about me. It never had been. I was a pawn, a piece in some horrific game that demanded sacrifice. The card wasn't a curse. It was a choice. And now, I had to decide who would take my place. The shadows were closing in, their whispers louder than ever. I couldn't run. I couldn't hide. All I could do was choose. My hands shook as I picked up the pen, my heart breaking with every letter I wrote. I stared at the name I had just written on the card, my vision blurred by tears that refused to fall. It felt like signing a death warrant, a cruel betrayal of everything human inside me. The name burned on the card, glowing faintly, as though the ink itself pulsed with life. I dropped it as if it were red hot, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly before vanishing into the shadows with an audible whisper of approval. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, my chest heaving with sobs of terror and regret. The room was silent again, the kind of silence that isn't empty but full, pregnant with the weight of what I'd done. I told myself it wasn't real, that no harm would come, that this was just a cruel trick my mind was playing on me. But deep down, I knew the truth. Whatever force had ensnared me was far beyond my comprehension, and it wasn't going to stop. The hours crept by, and I stayed in the same spot, my eyes fixed on the empty space where the card had disappeared. My phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the oppressive quiet. I didn't want to answer it. I didn't want to hear the voice on the other end. But my hand moved on its own, picking up the phone and pressing it to my ear. The voice that greeted me wasn't familiar. It was deep, distorted, and inhuman, yet it spoke with chilling clarity. "You've made your choice. The dead is honored for now." Before I could respond, the line went dead. The room plunged into darkness, though I was sure the lights were still on. It wasn't an ordinary darkness. It was alive, writhing, and consuming. The shadows twisted and stretched, taking on shapes that made my stomach churn. A hand here, a face there, features that dissolved before I could fully register them. The air grew thick with an acrid stench, like sulfur and decay. And then came the scream. It wasn't a scream of fear or pain. It was pure rage, a sound so primal it rattled my bones. It came from everywhere and nowhere, and with it, the shadows surged forward, reaching for me with claw-like tendrils. I scrambled backward, my hands scrabbling against the floor, until I hit the wall. The tendrils stopped inches from my face, as if held back by an invisible barrier. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Then I saw it. A single eye opened in the darkness, massive and unblinking, its iris swirling with colors that shouldn't exist. It stared at me, pinning me in place, and I felt it probing, digging into the deepest recesses of my mind. Memories flashed before me, moments I'd buried and forgotten, every lie, every betrayal, every sin. The eye saw it all, and the shadows quivered with delight. "You are marked," a voice boomed, the same distorted tone I'd heard on the phone. "But the game is far from over." I screamed, my voice swallowed by the dark. The eye blinked, and I was somewhere else. The forest again, but this time it was different. The trees were twisted, their branches clawing at the sky. The ground beneath me was soft, almost flesh-like, and it pulsed with a sickening rhythm. The air was heavy with the stench of rot, and the whispers were back, louder than ever. They spoke in unison now, chanting a name. The shadows here weren't just shadows. They had form, substance. They moved like liquid, slithering and flowing. But when they rose, they took on shapes, figures that looked almost human but not quite. Their faces were blank, smooth, featureless, yet I felt their eyes on me. They circled me, their movements slow and deliberate, as though savoring the moment. One of them stepped forward, its form solidifying into something more distinct. It was me, or rather, a twisted version of me. Its face was my face, but stretched and distorted, its mouth a grotesque grin that split its face in half. It held a card in its hand, identical to the one I had just written on. The name was still there, glowing faintly, but beneath it, new words began to appear. "The price increases." I backed away, but the circle of shadows closed in. The figure stepped closer, its grin widening impossibly. It held the card out to me, and though I wanted to run, to fight, to scream, my body betrayed me. My hand reached out, trembling, and took the card. The moment I touched it, the shadows surged forward, engulfing me in cold and darkness. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my apartment. The card was in my hand, but the name had changed again. It wasn't the name of someone I knew this time. It was a stranger's name. Relief washed over me, for a fleeting moment, until I realized what that meant. The game wasn't over. It had just expanded. The rules were shifting, and I was no longer the only one playing. The days that followed were a blur of terror and paranoia. The card reappeared every night, always with a new name. Each time, the shadows grew more aggressive, the whispers more insistent. The forest began invading my waking hours, flickering at the edges of my vision like a half-forgotten dream. I saw the twisted trees in the reflections of windows, heard the chanting and the hum of electrical appliances. The line between reality and nightmare blurred until I couldn't tell which was which. One night, I decided to fight back. I gathered every piece of information I could find about the supernatural, about curses and rituals, about breaking contracts. I scoured libraries, forums, even reached out to self-proclaimed occultists. Most laughed at me, dismissing my story as the ramblings of a lunatic. But one person didn't. An old man, his voice raspy and brittle, listened patiently as I told him everything. When I was done, he said only one thing: "You can't break the contract, but you can rewrite it." He wouldn't tell me how, only that it would require a sacrifice greater than anything I could imagine. I didn't care. I was willing to do whatever it took to end this nightmare. He gave me an address and told me to come at midnight. When I arrived, the house was decrepit, its windows dark and empty like soulless eyes. The old man was waiting inside, surrounded by candles and strange symbols painted on the floor. He handed me a knife and a blank card. "Your blood," he said. "Your name." I hesitated, the weight of his words sinking in. To rewrite the contract, I had to offer myself as collateral. The old man didn't wait for me to decide. He began chanting in a low, guttural tone, the candles flickering wildly as the air grew thick with tension. I gripped the knife, my hand shaking, and pressed the blade to my palm. As the blood dripped onto the card, the room exploded into chaos. The shadows surged forth, more violent than ever, their screeches piercing the air. The old man's voice rose above the din, his chanting desperate and frenzied. The card absorbed my blood, the lines of a new contract etching themselves onto its surface. But something went wrong. The shadows recoiled, then surged toward the old man. His scream was cut short as they consumed him, leaving nothing behind. The card fell to the ground, blank once more. And then, in my own handwriting, words began to appear. "The game is yours now. Play wisely." The words on the card didn't fade this time. They remained etched, glowing faintly, as if mocking me. My chest felt hollow as I stared at it, the weight of those 5 words crushing every shred of hope I had left. The room felt suffocatingly quiet in the aftermath of the chaos, the silence pressing in from all sides. The shadows were gone, but their presence lingered like a stain on my reality. The old man had been devoured, his last warning swallowed by whatever force governed this game. And now it was mine. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of the room, my knees pulled to my chest, the card gripped tightly in my hand. I didn't dare let go of it, afraid that if I did, it would disappear and return with something worse. Morning came, though the light brought no comfort. It felt thin and sickly, like it didn't belong. I tried to convince myself that I was imagining things, but I knew better now. By noon, the card changed. The faint glow brightened momentarily before dimming, revealing a new name written in an elegant script. I didn't recognize it. That should have brought relief, but it didn't. The weight of what I had to do crushed me. A stranger's life was now in my hands, and I was the one deciding whether they would live or die. Was there even a choice? The shadows wouldn't let me defy them. They would come for me if I refused. I spent hours researching the name, piecing together details of their life. A woman in her 30s, living in a small town across the state. A schoolteacher. No family, just a quiet, unassuming life. The more I learned, the more guilt gnawed at me. What right did I have to decide her fate? But the whispers started again as evening fell, insidious and relentless, creeping into my mind no matter how hard I tried to block them out. Write the name. And the cycle. The pen trembled in my hand as I moved toward the card. Tears blurred my vision, But the name took shape beneath the tip of the pen, every letter a wound in my soul. The moment I finished, the card disappeared, whisked away by the unseen force that controlled this nightmare. The next day, the news confirmed what I already knew. She was gone. Her death ruled an accident, a car crash on a desolate road. No witnesses, no survivors. The whispers were silent that night, as if satisfied with my compliance. But my dreams were haunted by the woman's face, a face I had only seen in photos, but now felt burned into my memory. The cycle repeated. Another name, another stranger. Each time, the whispers grew louder, more demanding. They didn't wait for me to hesitate anymore. The shadows crept closer with each refusal, their tendrils brushing against my skin, leaving cold, stinging marks as a warning. My world shrank to the confines of my apartment, every moment consumed by fear of what would come next. Weeks turned into months, and I lost count of how many names I'd written. The faces blurred together, a parade of lives I'd ended to save my own. But the whispers weren't just in my head anymore. They followed me everywhere. In the hum of the refrigerator, the rustle of leaves outside my window, the murmurs of strangers on the street. I could feel the game changing again, the rules bending in ways I couldn't predict. One night, the card returned earlier than usual. This time, it didn't bear a name. Instead, it held a question. Would you sacrifice yourself to end this? I stared at the words, my heart pounding in my chest. Was this another trick, another cruel twist of the game? Or was it an escape? The shadows were watching, their presence thick and oppressive, pressing against the edges of my vision. I could feel their anticipation, their hunger. For the first time in months, I felt something close to defiance. If sacrificing myself meant ending the cycle, freeing others from this torment, then maybe it was worth it. Maybe there was a way to outsmart whatever force had ensnared me. I took the pen and wrote my name on the card, my hand steady for the first time in ages. The card didn't vanish. Instead, it burst into flames, the fire consuming it in an instant without leaving so much as a trace of ash. The shadows recoiled, writhing in fury, their shrieks filling the air. I braced myself, expecting to be consumed, but instead, the darkness began to fade. Light poured into the room, blinding and warm, chasing away the cold that had taken root in my bones. When it was over, I was alone. The card was gone. The whispers were silent. For the first time, the air felt clean, untainted by the malevolent presence that had haunted me. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. I knew better than to believe it was truly over. In the days that followed, I waited for the card to return, for the shadows to reappear. But they didn't. The scars they left behind, however, remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that the game wasn't truly gone, just dormant, waiting for its next victim. And then, one morning, I found it. A blank card, lying on my doorstep, a pen beside it, and a single word scrawled across the top in familiar handwriting. Begin. The card stared at me from the doorstep, its presence filling me with a sense of dread, so heavy I could barely breathe. For a moment, I didn't move. My mind raced, searching for explanations. I had ended the cycle, or at least I thought I had. I sacrificed myself. I wrote my own name. How could it be back? My trembling hands hovered over the card, as if touching it would tether me to this nightmare forever. But ignoring it wasn't an option. When I finally picked it up, the card felt heavier than before, almost pulsing with an eerie life of its own. The word at the top, Begin, was written in bold, jagged script, far more aggressive than the elegant handwriting of the earlier cards. Beneath it, the rest of the card remained blank, as if mocking me. I flipped it over. Nothing. It didn't glow, didn't vanish, just sat there, as if waiting. That night, the whispers returned, but they were different now. No longer coaxing or suggestive. They were demanding, layered louder. Right, right, right. The voices overlapped, growing louder until they became a roar. Relentless tide pounding against the walls of my sanity. My apartment darkened unnaturally, shadows creeping into corners that should have been lit. I tried ignoring it, locking the card in a drawer and stuffing it under piles of books. But the card was relentless. The drawer slid open by itself. The books toppled over, and there it was again on the table, pristine and blank, waiting for me. It began appearing in impossible places, the bathroom mirror, my pillow, even inside the fridge. No matter what I did, I couldn't escape it. Days blurred together. The blank card loomed over my existence, and I felt myself slipping further into madness. Then, after nearly a week of torment, the card changed. One night, as I sat on the edge of my bed, the card began glowing faintly, the jagged script shifting and forming new words. My heart stopped when I read them. Choose someone you love. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't just cruelty. It was a deliberate attack. The game had evolved, growing smarter, more malicious. It wasn't content to torment strangers anymore. It wanted me to betray the people closest to me. I could feel the shadows watching, their collective presence thick and suffocating, their hunger palpable. I thought about my sister, who had always been my rock, the one who stayed by my side even when my life fell apart. I thought about my best friend, who had pulled me out of darkness more times than I could count. My mind reeled with possibilities, each thought cutting deeper than the last. How could I choose? The mere idea was repugnant, but the whispers grew louder, their urgency impossible to ignore. Choose. 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 Desperation drove me to leave my apartment. I grabbed the card and stuffed it into my jacket, determined to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever malevolent force had bound itself to me. I drove aimlessly for hours, the empty road stretching endlessly under a pale, uncaring moon. But no matter how far I went, the card remained warm against my chest, like a brand searing into my soul. At some point, I found myself at a remote motel, the kind that felt like a relic of another era. The flickering neon sign buzzed overhead as I checked into a room, hoping that physical distance would somehow weaken the card's power. But that night, as I lay on the lumpy mattress, the whispers returned, louder, harsher, and now they came with images. Faces, my sister's smile, my best friend's laugh, each one accompanied by a sinister hiss that whispered their name, as if urging me to choose. I didn't sleep. The card sat on the nightstand, its surface pulsing faintly in the darkness. By morning, I knew I couldn't run anymore. The game wouldn't let me. With shaking hands, I picked up the card and stared at it. Tears blurred my vision as I thought about the people I loved most, the lives that would be destroyed if I wrote their names. But then a thought struck me, a terrible, desperate thought. What if I could beat the game? What if there was a way to end it for good? The idea consumed me, giving me a sliver of hope in an otherwise hopeless situation. Over the next few days, I scoured libraries, internet forums, and obscure occult texts, searching for anything that might explain what was happening to me. Stories of cursed objects and demonic games surfaced, each one chillingly familiar, but none offered a solution. The only consistent advice was to follow the rules. Always follow the rules. But I couldn't. Not this time. The shadows grew more aggressive as my defiance hardened. They didn't just watch anymore, they touched. Cold, claw-like fingers grazed my skin when I wasn't looking. Objects in my apartment moved on their own, subtle at first, then violent. One night, I woke to find my walls covered in scratches, the words, "choose or perish," gouged deep into the plaster. And then came the nightmare. I was standing in a vast, featureless void, the only light emanating from the card floating before me. Around me, the shadows swirled like a storm, their voices merging into a deafening chorus. Suddenly, the faces of everyone I loved emerged from the darkness, their expressions twisted with fear and pain. One by one, they were consumed, their screams echoing in the emptiness. When I woke, I was drenched in sweat, the card clutched tightly in my hand. I knew what I had to do. If I couldn't beat the game, I would end it another way. That night, I drove to an abandoned quarry on the outskirts of town. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the jagged cliffs and still water. I stood at the edge, the card gripped tightly in my hand. If I destroy it, maybe it'll stop, I whispered to myself, though I wasn't sure I believed it. With a deep breath, I hurled the card into the water. It hit the surface with a faint splash, sinking quickly into the dark depths. For a moment, nothing happened. The air was still, the world silent. Relief began to bloom in my chest. But then the ground beneath me trembled, a low rumble that grew into a deafening roar. The water churned violently, and the shadows erupted from the depths, larger and more monstrous than ever before. I ran. The darkness pursued me, its tendrils snapping at my heels. I could hear the whispers again, but now they were a cacophony of rage and hunger. When I finally reached my car, I didn't look back. I drove as fast as I could, the world around me a blur. But when I got home, the card was waiting. It lay on my kitchen table, pristine and blank except for a single word scrawled in the center. Failure. I broke. Months of fear, guilt, and despair poured out of me in heaving sobs. The shadows didn't wait this time. They closed in, their cold embrace suffocating. And the last thing I heard before the darkness consumed me completely was their triumphant whisper. Begin again. In a small, forgotten town nestled deep within a thick, ancient forest, there was a house that everyone knew, but no one spoke of. It stood at the edge of town, hidden behind a veil of overgrown vines and trees so dense that even the sunlight seemed hesitant to touch it. The locals called it the Wraith House, a name whispered in hushed tones, carried by rumors more terrifying than any truth. No one knew exactly when the house was built. Some said it had been there for centuries, its origins lost in time, while others claimed it was a recent addition, constructed long after the town was settled. But regardless of its age, one thing remained clear. The house was cursed. People who ventured too close were never the same. Some came back different. Others simply disappeared, their fates a mystery that gnawed at the edges of the town's conscience. It was on one particularly stormy evening that a young woman named Alice decided she would be the one to uncover the truth. She had grown up hearing the stories, tales of ghostly figures in the windows, strange lights flickering behind drawn curtains, and the strange noises that echoed from within the house at night. The town's elders warned her against it, their eyes filled with an unspoken fear. But Alice was different. She was a skeptic, the kind of person who believed that no tale could survive the harshness of reality. She was determined to prove that the Wraith House was nothing more than an old, decaying building with a haunting reputation. On that fateful evening, as the wind howled and the rain lashed against the windows, Alice grabbed a flashlight and a camera and set out towards the house. The streets of the town were empty, as they always were when the storm came. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decay, a smell that seemed to follow her as she walked down the winding path leading to the house. The Wraith House loomed ahead, its dark silhouette barely visible through the thick curtain of rain. The front gate creaked on its rusted hinges as she pushed it open. The moment her foot stepped onto the property, the temperature seemed to drop, and a shiver ran up her spine. The house seemed to grow larger as she approached, its tall, imposing structure casting long shadows over the yard. The windows were dark, the curtains drawn, as though it was watching her, waiting for her to make the next move. Alice's heart raced as she stepped up to the front door, its once white paint now chipped and peeling, revealing the rotting wood beneath. With a deep breath, she turned the handle and pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, protesting against her intrusion. The air inside was thick, musty, and stale, like it had been sealed for years. The darkness was absolute, so deep that it seemed to swallow her whole. She flicked on her flashlight, the beam slicing through the gloom, revealing dust-covered furniture, shattered mirrors, and paintings that seemed to follow her with their eyes. She moved cautiously through the entryway, the floorboards groaning beneath her weight. The walls were lined with faded portraits of people she didn't recognize, their eyes hollow and their faces twisted in grotesque expressions. The silence in the house was suffocating, broken only by the sound of her own breathing and the distant crack of thunder outside. She made her way deeper into the house, the flashlight casting strange shadows that seemed to move on their own. Every step she took felt like an intrusion, as if the house itself was alive and aware of her presence. As she entered the living room, a cold breeze swept through the room, sending a chill down her spine. Her flashlight flickered, and she could have sworn she saw something move in the corner of her eye. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from upstairs, causing Alice to jump. Her heart thudded in her chest as she turned to look toward the staircase. The stairs were covered in dust. They were warped and brittle. There was something unnatural about the way the shadows clung to them, like they were hiding something. Despite the fear gnawing at her gut, Alice felt a surge of determination. She had come this far. She couldn't turn back now. With each step up the stairs, the air grew heavier, and the walls seemed to close in around her. The house groaned and creaked as if it were alive, breathing in rhythm with her steps. When she reached the top, she found herself standing in a long hallway, lined with doors. Each door was closed, but there was an unmistakable sense of something lurking behind them, something watching her. She hesitated, then moved toward the first door on the left. As her hand touched the doorknob, a cold, icy shock ran up her arm, causing her to pull back instinctively. The door had been locked, but the presence on the other side felt far more sinister than the mere barrier of wood. She moved to the next door, then the next, but each one was locked, the coldness growing stronger as she passed. Then, she reached the final door at the end of the hall. This one, unlike the others, was slightly ajar. A faint light flickered from within, casting a strange glow onto the floor. Alice's pulse quickened. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end, but something deep inside her urged her forward. She pushed the door open slowly, her breath catching in her throat as she stepped inside. The room was small, barely more than a closet. A single, flickering candle sat on a wooden table in the center of the room, casting eerie shadows on the walls. But it wasn't the candle that caught her attention. It was the figure sitting at the table, facing away from her. The figure was tall, gaunt, and shrouded in a dark cloak. The edges of the cloak fluttered as if moved by an unseen wind, though there was no breeze. Alice felt a wave of cold wash over her as she stared at the figure, unable to move. She couldn't see its face, but she could feel its gaze, cold, empty, and full of hunger. Then, in a voice that sent a chill through her bones, the figure spoke. "You shouldn't have come here, Alice." The words seemed to hang in the air, their weight pressing down on her chest. How did it know her name? How did it know she was here? Alice's mind raced as she backed away from the figure, her hand reaching for the door, but it slammed shut on its own, trapping her inside. The candle flickered, and for the briefest of moments, Alice saw the figure's face. It was pale, sickly, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare straight into her soul. A smile, thin and twisted, curled on its lips, revealing teeth that were sharp and inhuman. "You have awakened something," it said, its voice growing darker with each word. "And now, it will come for you." The walls of the room seemed to pulse, the shadows growing longer, stretching toward her like hungry arms. The figure's smile widened, and the darkness began to close in. Alice could hear whispers, voices from all directions, murmuring her name, calling her to join them in the void. With a final scream, Alice lunged for the door, but it was too late. The shadows engulfed her, pulling her into the darkness. The last thing she heard was the figure's voice, a low, cruel whisper in the cold air. This is only the beginning. When the townspeople went looking for her the next day, they found the house empty, just as it always was. There was no sign of Alice, no trace of her ever having been there. The house stood in silent watch, its walls holding onto their dark secret, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. And in the dark corners of the house, the whispers continued, always calling, always waiting for the next one who dared to enter. The Wraith House never let go. It never stopped. It just waited for its next victim. The curse had no end. And now, it was Alice's turn to wait. Days passed, and the storm that had once raged over the town had long since subsided, leaving behind only the wet remnants of the night's fury. The townspeople went about their lives, as if the mysterious disappearance of Alice was just another story to add to the long list of strange happenings surrounding the Wraith House. The whispers faded into the background of their minds, overshadowed by the mundane routines of their daily lives. But not everyone could forget. Some remembered the look in Alice's eyes, the haunted expression she'd worn the last time they saw her, as though she had glimpsed something that no one else had. It was Sarah, Alice's closest friend, who felt the void the most. For days, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Alice had always been the brave one, the skeptic who laughed off the ghost stories and the legends. But she had gone to the Wraith House, and now she was gone. Sarah couldn't accept that. She needed answers. Late one night, under the cover of darkness, Sarah made the same decision Alice had made. She would go to the Wraith House. She would find her friend and bring her back, no matter the cost. The shadows were her only company as she crossed the town's outskirts and made her way down the overgrown path leading to the house. The air was thick with unease, and the distant howl of the wind sent shivers down her spine. But Sarah's resolve was firm. She had to know what had happened to Alice. As she approached the gate, it groaned open with an eerie screech, as though inviting her in. Sarah hesitated, but only for a moment. She had come this far, and there was no turning back now. The Wraith House loomed before her, its dark form casting long shadows across the lawn. It seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as though the house itself was alive, watching her, waiting for her. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet soft and wet from the previous rain. Every step seemed to echo in the silence, a sound that was swallowed by the oppressive stillness around her. She reached the front door, the same one that Alice had entered just days before. It stood ajar, inviting her in. Without hesitation, she pushed it open, the door creaking in protest. Inside, the house was cold, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The faintest flicker of candlelight could be seen at the far end of the hall, casting strange, wavering shadows on the walls. Sarah's heartbeat quickened as she moved deeper into the house, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of dust that covered the floors. The silence here was different, though. It wasn't the kind of silence that spoke of emptiness, but one that carried weight, a weight that pressed down on her chest with every breath she took. She passed through the living room, her flashlight beam bouncing off the walls, revealing torn furniture, shattered glass, and faded portraits of long-forgotten faces. Everything seemed untouched, frozen in time. But the deeper she ventured, the more the house seemed to change. The temperature dropped further, and the very walls seemed to close in around her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, that she wasn't alone in this house. As she reached the stairs, her flashlight flickered, casting brief glimpses of the steps before plunging into darkness. The air grew heavier, and her pulse quickened as she ascended, the wood of the stairs creaking beneath her weight. At the top of the stairs, she stood in the long hallway that Alice had walked down before. The doors were still there, closed, but this time the house felt different. The walls seemed to breathe, the shadows warping and twisting unnaturally, as though they had a life of their own. It was then that she heard it, a soft, whispering sound, so faint she almost thought it was the wind. But no, it was coming from inside the house, from behind the door at the very end of the hallway. The door was slightly ajar, just as Alice's had been, and behind it, Sarah could feel the pull. Something was waiting for her. Something was calling her. She walked toward the door, the whispers growing louder, their meaning just out of reach, as though the words were hidden beneath layers of sound and shadow. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat louder than the last, as if urging her to stop, to turn around. But she pressed on, her hand shaking as she reached for the doorknob. The moment she touched it, the door swung open violently, slamming against the wall with a deafening crash. Sarah stumbled backward, her breath catching in her throat. The room beyond was dark, its corners swallowed in shadow. The only light came from the same flickering candle, casting a sickly glow on the walls. And sitting in the center of the room, just as Alice had seen, was the figure, the same cloaked figure, its face hidden in darkness, its presence filling the room with an oppressive, suffocating weight. Before Sarah could react, the door slammed shut behind her, trapping her inside. She turned quickly, but there was no way out. The room was sealed. She was alone with the thing that had taken Alice. The figure turned slowly, its movement unnatural, like a puppet on strings. The shadows around it seemed to ripple as it stood. A voice, low and gravelly, came from beneath the hood, barely a whisper, but it resonated in her mind. "You shouldn't have come, Sarah." The name sounded wrong. It wasn't her name. It was a mockery of it. It echoed in her mind, ringing with something ancient, something old and hungry. Sarah's mind raced. She tried to move, tried to run, but her legs wouldn't respond. She was frozen in place, her body unwilling to obey. The figure began to step toward her, its movement slow, deliberate, each footfall heavy and measured. As it drew closer, Sarah felt the temperature in the room plummet. Her breath misted in the air, and the shadows seemed to close in on her from all sides, tightening like a noose. "I've been waiting for you," the figure said, its voice cold and final. And then, for the first time, Sarah saw its face. It wasn't a face at all, not in the way a person's face should be. It was a void, a black, gaping hole where eyes should have been, where a mouth should have been. In its place, there were only shifting, swirling patterns, like the void itself was alive, feeding on the darkness. It was a thing beyond comprehension, beyond understanding, a thing that had no right to exist in the world of the living. As Sarah stared, a horrible realization dawned on her. She wasn't meant to see this. No one was. This wasn't a ghost or a spirit. It was something older, something far more terrifying. It wasn't confined to the house. It was the house. But Sarah refused to listen. She clenched her fists, summoning every ounce of willpower she had left. She was terrified, yes, but she wouldn't let fear control her. She wouldn't let the house take her like it had taken Alice. She had to fight. For Alice. For herself. With every ounce of courage she could muster, Sarah forced herself to take a step toward the figure. Her legs felt like lead, but she pushed through the weight, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The darkness seemed to shrink back in response to her defiance, as though the figure itself was unsettled by her determination. "You think you can defeat me?" The figure's voice was now dripping with venom. "You think you can break the cycle? You are nothing, just another soul to be consumed." But Sarah didn't stop. She stepped closer, the walls of the house closing in around her. But she kept her eyes on the figure, refusing to look away, refusing to show any more fear. And then, as if on cue, the air seemed to crackle with energy. The figure lunged at her, its skeletal hands outstretched. But as it did, Sarah raised her hands, not in defense, but in defiance. She felt something inside her shift, a power she didn't understand, but something ancient, something tied to the house itself. "Begone!" she screamed, her voice shaking but firm. The words echoed through the room, vibrating the very walls, the floor beneath her feet trembling. For a moment, the figure stopped, its form flickering, as if unsure how to react. And then, with a deafening crash, the darkness shattered. The walls of the house seemed to disintegrate, their edges crumbling away, the weight lifting from her chest. But even as the figure screamed in rage, the house seemed to retaliate, the air thick with the sound of shifting wood and crumbling stone. The ground beneath Sarah's feet buckled, and she felt herself falling. But instead of plummeting into an endless void, she was lifted, pulled out of the collapsing house. When she opened her eyes, she was outside again, standing on the wet earth, the Wraith house no longer in sight. The storm had stopped, the wind had calmed, and the night was eerily quiet. She was alive. She had made it out. But as she looked around, a chill ran down her spine. She wasn't alone. Alice stood before her, her face pale, her eyes empty. But there was a flicker of something like recognition. Alice didn't speak, but Sarah could see it in her eyes. It's not over. The Wraith house was gone, but the darkness still lingered, somewhere just beyond the edge of the light. And Sarah knew, deep in her heart, that it wasn't finished with them yet. The cycle was broken, but the Wraith was patient. It would return someday, and it would be hungry. And Sarah, now more than ever, understood. The house had never really been the prison. The real prison was inside their minds. It would wait, and when it came again, they would be ready, or so they hoped. As Sarah stood there, gazing at Alice, the realization began to settle in her bones. Alice's once vibrant eyes were now lifeless, her features pale and unnervingly still. The empty, haunted expression sent a chill through Sarah, deeper than anything she had ever felt. She had escaped the house, yes, but she hadn't escaped Alice's fate. No matter what she had done to break the cycle, Alice remained caught in the grip of something darker. You're not her, are you?" Sarah whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. "You're something else. Something still trapped." Alice's lips curled into a thin, ghostly smile. There was no warmth in it, just a cold, calculating expression that made Sarah's skin crawl. She knew what this meant, and her heart twisted in her chest. The figure, the Wraith, had never truly been defeated. It had simply been waiting for the right moment to strike again, to reclaim what it had lost, to pull them back into the nightmare it had spun. Sarah took a step back, her pulse quickening. The air around her grew heavy, pressing against her chest, as if the very atmosphere was trying to drag her back into the nightmare. The ground beneath her feet seemed to sway, as if she was standing on the edge of some vast, invisible abyss. But when she turned her head, she saw nothing but the darkness, stretching farther than she could see. "Why didn't you leave, Alice?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "Why didn't you escape like I did?" Alice didn't respond. Her body remained eerily still, her eyes locked onto Sarah with a mixture of pity and disdain. It was as if Alice had never been the person Sarah had once known, the girl who had laughed and loved, the girl who had begged for Sarah's help in escaping the house. This wasn't Alice. This was something else, something that had been twisted by the house, turned into something unrecognizable. Sarah's mind raced. She knew she couldn't stay here. She couldn't let the Wraith take her too. But Alice's presence kept her rooted to the spot, torn between the need to run and the haunting pull of what had become of her friend. It wasn't just Alice that was lost now. It was something far deeper, something that reached into the very fabric of reality itself. The house had been more than just a place. It had been a force, alive, breathing, malevolent, and it had infected everything it touched. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath Sarah's feet, a low, rumbling sound filling the air. The world around her seemed to darken, the edges of her vision blurring. She could hear whispers, soft, sibilant voices, rising from the earth. The whispers became a chorus, a cacophony of voices that spoke in tongues, incomprehensible, desperate. Some of them were human, their cries filled with fear and hopelessness. Others were something else, something ancient and malicious. "Alice!" Sarah cried, her voice raw with desperation. "Please, snap out of it. You have to fight. You have to remember who you are." But Alice's eyes remained cold, her face expressionless. It was like speaking to a wall. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. There was no response, no flicker of recognition, no hint of the Alice she had known. The house had taken her, twisted her into something unrecognizable. Before Sarah could say another word, the ground beneath her feet cracked, and she stumbled, nearly falling. She reached out, grabbing hold of Alice's arm, but Alice didn't budge. Her limbs felt unnaturally cold, like ice beneath her fingers. The rumbling intensified, the whispers growing louder, more urgent. And then, with a deafening crack, the ground split open, sending Sarah crashing to the dirt below. Her heart raced as she fell into the darkness, the voices rising to a deafening roar. Everything went black. When Sarah opened her eyes, she was no longer outside. The air was thick and oppressive, and the scent of decay filled her lungs. She was back in the house. But this wasn't the house she had escaped. This wasn't the house she had known. The walls were now slick with something that resembled blood, the floor uneven and cracked. The lights flickered, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to writhe in the corners of the room. The temperature had dropped drastically, and Sarah's breath came out in visible puffs of mist. Her heart pounded in her chest as she scrambled to her feet. She looked around, her eyes darting from corner to corner, trying to make sense of where she was. This place, the house, was not like it had been before. It was darker, more twisted, as if it had morphed into something entirely new, something even more dangerous. She stumbled forward, the oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The whispers were gone, but the weight of the darkness still pressed against her chest, suffocating her. She had to get out. She had to escape. But as she moved deeper into the house, she began to feel something else, a presence, a weight, a coldness that seemed to follow her. It wasn't Alice anymore. It wasn't the Wraith. It was something else, something worse, something that had been waiting for her. A soft, slow scratching sound came from the walls, followed by a low, guttural growl. Sarah froze. Her heart skipped a beat. The sound was coming from behind her. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the shadows. For a moment there was nothing. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. A figure, tall and hunched, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was watching her, its hollow eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The creature stepped forward, its hands scraping against the walls, its long fingers twitching as though it were struggling to find its next movement. It was covered in a dark, viscous fluid, its body unnervingly thin, the skin stretched tight over its bones. Its face was a grotesque mask of distortion, with hollow, gaping eyes and a mouth that seemed to stretch wider than it should have been able to. The figure let out a low, growling sound, and Sarah's stomach churned with terror. She turned and ran, her footsteps pounding against the floor as she darted through the twisted hallways, desperate to escape. But no matter where she went, the creature was always just behind her, its growl growing louder with every step. The walls seemed to close in, the house itself tightening around her, trapping her. Suddenly, she heard Alice's voice, soft and distant, echoing through the halls. "It's too late, Sarah. You can't escape. The house. It's part of you now. You are part of it." The word sent a cold shiver down Sarah's spine, but she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She had to keep going. She stumbled through the hallways, the creature still on her tail. The air seemed to twist and warp around her, distorting reality, making it harder and harder to focus. She was disoriented, lost, but she refused to let herself give in. And then, she found it. The door. The same door she had seen before. The one that had been locked the last time. She didn't hesitate. She grabbed the handle and turned. To her surprise, the door opened with a creak. It wasn't the escape she had hoped for. What lay beyond the door was something worse. The room was dark, but the stench of rot was unmistakable. There was something, or someone, standing in the center of the room. The figure was familiar. It was Alice. Or at least, it looked like her. But this version of Alice was different. Her skin was pale, her eyes empty and hollow. She stood motionless, her hands at her sides, as if waiting. "Welcome back, Sarah." Alice's voice came out in a rasp, filled with a terrible sadness. "You shouldn't have come back. It was never meant to be." The words sent a rush of cold dread through Sarah. She backed away from the door, but there was no escape. The house had them now, both of them, forever. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with the oppressive weight of something ancient and malevolent. Sarah's pulse quickened as she backed away from Alice, but her body felt sluggish, as if the very walls of the house were pulling her toward the center of the room. The figure before her, though unmistakably Alice, was no longer the friend she had known. The pale, ghostly version of her stood unmoving, her hollow eyes locked on Sarah with a kind of eerie intensity. "Sarah," Alice's voice came again, a rasping whisper. "You never left." "Not really. You're still here, trapped just like the rest of us." A chill ran through Sarah's spine as she tried to make sense of the words. What did Alice mean? Had she really never left? The thought clawed at her mind. Had she been here before? In this very moment? Was she stuck in a never-ending cycle of horror, forever repeating the same nightmare? The house groaned as if responding to Sarah's thoughts, its walls vibrating with a low, unsettling hum. The lights flickered and dimmed, casting the room into darkness. Sarah's breath came in shallow gasps, her heartbeat hammering in her chest as she looked around, desperate for an escape. But there was none. There was only the door she had come through, now locked behind her, and the darkness that stretched in every direction. "Alice, please," Sarah cried, her voice shaky, her throat tight with fear. "You have to remember, you're still you. Fight it." Alice's expression remained unchanged, her eyes never leaving Sarah. But the silence that followed was suffocating, almost unbearable. The whispers that had filled the house earlier seemed to rise again, faint but growing louder, echoing off the walls like a chorus of forgotten souls. "You can't save me," Alice finally said, her voice colder now, filled with an otherworldly calm. "There's nothing left to save." Sarah's heart sank as the truth of Alice's words began to sink in. Whatever this house had done to her friend, it had taken her completely. Alice was lost, swallowed whole by whatever dark force ruled the house. And Sarah, she had no idea how she had ended up back here. Her mind was hazy, clouded with confusion and fear. The house wasn't just a place. It was a force, a malevolent presence that toyed with her, drawing her back again and again, until she was no longer sure where the nightmare ended and reality began. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch toward Sarah, their forms growing more defined, more twisted with each passing moment. The edges of the room blurred, the walls contorting like the skin of a living creature. The darkness began to hum with energy, a vibrating pulse that made Sarah's skin crawl. She took a step back, but her feet felt heavy, like they were sinking into the floor. "Don't you see?" Alice's voice echoed again, now sounding distant, muffled, as if it were coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "It's already too late. You can't run from what you are, what we are." The ground beneath Sarah trembled, and she stumbled forward, her mind racing. The darkness around her seemed to close in, the walls bending and warping like the distorted edges of a nightmare. Panic clawed at her chest as she looked around, trying to make sense of the madness unfolding before her. Her eyes darted from one shadow to the next, the oppressive feeling of being watched growing stronger. And then something moved in the corner of her eye. It was fleeting, but Sarah saw it, something small, crawling along the floor, dragging itself toward her. She turned sharply, her heart leaping into her throat, but the room was empty, save for the flickering shadows. Her breath caught in her chest as she strained her eyes, certain she had seen something. But the darkness was too thick, the air too heavy. She could no longer trust her senses. Nothing was what it seemed in this place. Then, without warning, the silence shattered. A shrill scream echoed from somewhere deep within the house, a voice filled with torment and anguish. Sarah's blood ran cold, the sound sending waves of nausea through her. The scream wasn't just a scream. It was a chorus of voices, all of them crying out in agony, trapped in the very walls of the house. The ground shifted beneath Sarah's feet, and the room seemed to collapse around her. The walls began to pulse, their once solid forms now contorting and writhing like the skin of a living thing. Sarah's legs gave out, and she fell to her knees, her hands trembling as she tried to push herself back up. She felt the coldness of the floor seep into her skin, and the air grew thick with a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. Something was coming. The shadows shifted again, this time more deliberate, more purposeful. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest as she looked up, her eyes wide with terror. In the distance, she saw movement, a shape, a figure, something that was not quite human, but not quite anything else either. It lurked at the edge of her vision, its form shifting like smoke, too fluid to grasp. Its presence sent a chill down Sarah's spine, and she could feel it closing in on her, growing stronger with each passing second. "You should have never come back," Alice's voice echoed, this time more distant, more distorted, as if coming from another world entirely. "It's too late now. You're part of this place, part of the curse." The figure moved closer, its form becoming clearer as it drifted through the shadows, its face obscured by the flickering darkness. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the creature stepped into the dim light. It was tall, unnaturally tall, its limbs long and twisted, its body cloaked in tattered rags that seemed to writhe like serpents. Its face was a mask of darkness, with hollow eyes that seemed to swallow all light. There was no mouth, no features to speak of. Just an empty void where its face should have been. The air around it crackled with an unnatural energy, a power that made Sarah's stomach turn. She tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. The figure reached out with long, gnarled fingers, its hand closing in on Sarah. She tried to move, to run, but her body felt paralyzed, as if the very air around her had turned to stone. It was the Wraith, the same creature that had haunted her every step, the one that had brought her back to this house, back to this nightmare. And now, it was here to claim her. "Sarah," the Wraith whispered, its voice like the rustling of dry leaves. "You cannot escape. You never have." The words cut through her like a knife. She had always thought she could run, that she could break free. But the truth was far darker than she had imagined. The house had never let her go. It had never let any of them go. It had claimed their souls, bound them to its walls, its darkness. They were all trapped, just like Alice, just like everyone else who had dared to enter. The Wraith's fingers brushed against her skin, cold as ice. Her body froze, her mind screaming as the darkness pressed in around her. She couldn't escape. There was no way out. The last thing Sarah saw before everything went black was the hollow eyes of the Wraith, staring down at her with an empty, eternal hunger. And then nothing. Sarah's consciousness flickered in and out, like a dying light bulb struggling against the oppressive weight of darkness. Her body felt as though it were being pulled apart, each moment stretching into eternity. She tried to move, but her limbs were as heavy as lead, trapped in the suffocating embrace of the darkness. She could feel it pressing down on her chest, swirling around her like a storm of cold whispers. Her eyes fluttered open again, and the air was thick with an unnatural stillness. The Wraith was gone. The walls, the shadows, the pulse of the house itself, they were all silent. For a fleeting moment, Sarah dared to believe she had escaped, that this was some cruel trick, some fleeting nightmare she would wake from. But the silence only deepened, a silence that felt wrong, a silence that felt like something was waiting, watching. A faint scraping sound echoed through the house, the noise jagged and erratic, as if something were dragging itself across the floor. Sarah's heart leapt in her chest. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear it, closer now, moving toward her. She wanted to scream, to run, but her voice was locked in her throat, her body paralyzed by fear and a strange sense of inevitability. It was coming for her. It was always coming for her. She forced herself to sit up, her body screaming in protest. The room spun, the edges of her vision warping as though the very fabric of reality was stretching and bending. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she could taste the metallic tang of fear in the back of her throat. She didn't know where she was anymore. The once familiar space had turned alien, each corner darkened by shadows that seemed to move on their own. The scraping sound grew louder, closer now, unmistakable. Something was there. With a trembling hand, Sarah pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaking beneath her. She wasn't sure how she was still standing. Every instinct told her to run, to get out, but there was nowhere to go. The door was still locked, the walls closing in. The house wasn't just a building. It was alive, a living, breathing nightmare. She stumbled forward, one hand gripping the wall for support. Her heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in the silence. The scraping sound stopped. For a brief moment, there was only the oppressive quiet. Then, a faint hiss, a sound so soft, so quiet, that Sarah almost didn't catch it. Breathe. The word echoed in her mind, but it wasn't her own thought. It was someone else. A voice, but not one she recognized. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the darkness for the source. And there, in the corner of the room, stood a figure. It was small, hunched, its form cloaked in shadows that seemed to twist and writhe with a life of their own. Its eyes glowed faintly, two tiny points of light in the blackness. The creature was staring directly at Sarah, its gaze locked onto her, as if it knew her every fear, every thought. A chill ran down her spine as she realized it was not just watching her, it was studying her. The thing's mouth parted, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Its breath was ragged, almost like a wheeze, and it stepped forward, dragging its body across the floor, its movements jerky, unnatural. The scrape of its limbs against the floor sent shivers down Sarah's spine. It spoke, its voice low and gravelly, rasping like dry leaves scraping against stone. "You're not supposed to be here, Sarah." The words were like a slap to the face. She froze, her eyes wide with terror. "It knows my name. You've been here before," the creature continued, its voice growing stronger, more menacing. "Over and over again. You can't escape. None of us can." A flood of memories rushed to the surface of Sarah's mind. Memories she had long buried. Fragments of nightmares. Faces she couldn't place. Places she had never been. The house. The wraith. Alice. She realized with horror that the thing before her was not just some random apparition. It was part of this place. Part of the house's twisted, unholy existence. The creature was an inhabitant of this nightmare. And so was she. "You're just another lost soul," the thing hissed, its voice filled with glee. "You're trapped here with the rest of us. Forever." Sarah's stomach churned as a wave of nausea washed over her. She wanted to scream, but the words were stuck in her throat. She wanted to run, but her legs wouldn't move. The creature stepped closer, its eyes burning with an unholy fire. "But don't worry," it whispered. "You'll get used to it. The darkness, the pain. You'll learn to crave it." The thing let out a soft, shrill laugh, its voice echoing through the room. "Crave it," Sarah thought, her mind spinning. The creature was taunting her, mocking her. It wanted her to break. It wanted her to become like them. Trapped. Forgotten. But Sarah couldn't let that happen. She couldn't give in to the madness, to the darkness that had already consumed Alice. She didn't know how, but she had to find a way out. She had to escape this nightmare. But how? Every door, every window, every path she tried had led her back to the same place. The heart of the house. The heart of the evil that lingered here. Suddenly, the creature lunged forward, its hands reaching out toward her, its sharp claws gleaming in the dim light. Sarah's instincts kicked in. She twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp, her heart racing. She sprinted toward the door, her legs screaming with exhaustion, but her mind was focused, driven by a primal need to survive. The creature's laughter echoed behind her, high-pitched and maniacal. She could hear it scrambling after her, its claws scraping against the floor, gaining ground with every step. But she wasn't going to stop. She couldn't. She wouldn't let this thing drag her into the abyss. Her hand slammed against the door, desperately searching for the handle. Her fingers brushed against cold metal, and she twisted it with all her strength, the door creaking open just enough for her to squeeze through. She threw herself into the hallway beyond, slamming the door shut behind her. For a moment, she was alone in the darkness, her breathing ragged, her body trembling. But she knew it wouldn't last. She could feel it. The house wasn't finished with her yet. It would never let her go. She had to find a way to escape before it consumed her completely, before she became just another lost soul, another whisper in the darkness. But with every step she took, she couldn't shake the feeling that the house itself was alive, that it was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. And in the back of her mind, one thought echoed like a warning. No one escapes this place. Not really. Sarah ran through the hallway, her feet pounding the worn floorboards beneath her. The house felt like it was closing in on her, each twist and turn of the corridor leading her deeper into its heart. The walls, once ordinary, now seemed to warp and shift in the corner of her vision. It was as if the house itself was alive, breathing, pulsing, with an unnatural life of its own. The dim, flickering lights above her only heightened her sense of unease, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. The creature's laugh echoed in the distance, a high-pitched, unnerving sound that made her skin crawl. She couldn't let it catch her. The more she thought about the thing chasing her, the more her legs seemed to weaken. Her lungs burned with each breath, but she didn't dare stop. If she stopped, she knew it would be over. The thing, the house, it would swallow her whole. She reached another door, its surface warped and splintered, but it looked like the only escape she had. Her hand trembled as she grasped the cold handle. It turned with a screech, and she stumbled through, into a narrow stairwell that spiraled downward into the blackness. She didn't think. She just ran, her mind focused on getting away from whatever was hunting her. The air grew colder as she descended, the temperature dropping with each step. The walls seemed to close in tighter, and the darkness pressed against her from all sides, thick and suffocating. She stumbled again, barely catching herself on the railing, her mind spinning. What was this place? How had she ended up here? She had come to this house on a dare, a stupid, reckless decision to spend a night in a place known for its haunting history. But now, she was part of that history, tangled in its web. She reached the bottom of the stairs and found herself in a large, open room. It was dark, save for the faint glow of some distant, unseen light. The air smelled stale, like mold and decay. Her eyes scanned the room, trying to make sense of the space. There were old furniture pieces, rotted chairs, a broken mirror, and what appeared to be an ancient fireplace. But the most unsettling part was the silence. It was too quiet. No sound. Not even the creak of the house settling. The calm before the storm. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. She wasn't alone. Sarah spun around, her heart slamming into her chest. There, in the far corner of the room, was another figure, this one much larger, more imposing than the creature that had been chasing her. Its silhouette was barely discernible against the blackness, but Sarah could feel its presence. It was as though it had been waiting for her, watching her. She froze, her breath caught in her throat. "You're lost," the figure said, its voice a low, guttural rasp that echoed through the room like thunder. Sarah's heart skipped a beat. The voice was wrong. It wasn't just the tone. It was the voice itself. It was distorted, like it was coming from somewhere deep inside her own mind. A dark, twisted reflection of her thoughts. No, I'm not lost," Sarah stammered, trying to steady her breath. "I just need to get out of here." The figure stepped forward, its form coming into sharper focus as it emerged from the shadows. Its skin was a sickly gray, stretched taut across a skull-like face. Its eyes were hollow, deep pits of darkness that seemed to absorb every ounce of light. It was human once, but now it was something else, something monstrous. "You think you can leave?" The creature chuckled, the sound like broken glass. "You can never leave. Not now. Not ever." Fear surged through Sarah's veins like ice water. She turned to flee, but the door she had entered through slammed shut with a deafening bang. Her pulse quickened as she backed away from the figure, her mind racing. The room was closing in on her. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The figure's smile stretched wider, exposing rows of sharp, yellow teeth. It stepped closer, its movement slow but deliberate, as if savoring her terror. "You're part of this now," it hissed. "You're one of us." Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light. Sarah recoiled, shielding her eyes. But the light didn't fade. It grew brighter, consuming everything. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The room was pitch black again. Except it wasn't. Sarah's eyes snapped open, but the scene around her was different. The walls were now smooth, dark stone, and the air was thick with an unnatural fog. The temperature had dropped even further, and Sarah could see her breath fogging in front of her. She looked down at her hands, familiar, but somehow different. The chill ran deeper than her skin. She felt cold, inside and out. "Where am I?" A soft shuffle echoed through the fog, followed by a low murmur. Sarah's heart raced again as she turned in every direction, her instincts screaming at her to run. But there was nowhere to go. The fog swallowed up everything around her. No exit, no escape, just endless mist, and the growing sense that something was lurking just beyond her reach. The murmur grew louder, sharper. She could hear the sound of footsteps. No, not footsteps. Scraping, like claws dragging across stone. Then came a voice she recognized. But it couldn't be. Sarah. Her breath caught in her throat. She spun around, and there, standing in the mist, was Alice. But she wasn't Alice anymore. Her once bright eyes were now hollow, empty pits. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her lips curled into a sinister smile. "Alice," Sarah whispered, but the name caught in her throat, a shiver of dread running through her. Alice's form swayed, twisting unnaturally. "I'm sorry, Sarah," she croaked, her voice a rasping whisper. "You shouldn't have come here." The sound of footsteps grew louder, and Sarah realized the scraping was not just one voice. It was many. The shadows that had been hiding in the mist now came forward, shifting and undulating. Each figure was twisted, deformed in ways that defied understanding, their features distorted and melting. Some had eyes that bulged out of their skulls. Others had mouths too wide to be real, filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth. They reached out toward Sarah, their fingers stretching impossibly long. "Alice," Sarah gasped, her voice trembling. "What happened to you? What is this place?" Alice's twisted smile faded, replaced by a look of pure sorrow. "It's not just a house, Sarah. It's a prison for souls like ours. And once you enter, you can never leave." The shadows pressed in from all sides, closing the distance between Sarah and Alice. The scraping sound was deafening now, a cacophony of eerie, unnatural noise. Sarah's chest tightened, and her vision blurred as panic began to take over. She tried to move, but her legs felt like stone, heavy and unyielding. The air was thick. "They'll come for you," Alice whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing noise. "Just like they came for me. Just like they've come for everyone." Suddenly, the ground beneath Sarah's feet shifted. The fog swirled around her, and the darkness seemed to deepen even more. The walls of the room pulsed, as if they were alive, and the shadows stretched out toward her, seeking her like hungry tendrils. The figures moved closer, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural hunger. They didn't want to kill her. They wanted something far worse. They wanted to take her. "No," Sarah screamed, her voice cracking with terror. "I can't stay here. I won't be like you." But it was too late. The shadows reached for her, and the walls closed in. The fog thickened, engulfing her in an inescapable darkness. And then, just as the shadows overtook her, Sarah's mind was flooded with one final thought, a thought so horrifying, so utterly incomprehensible, that it made her blood run cold. She was never meant to leave. The forest was suffocating, an endless sea of gnarled trees that seemed to stretch forever into the night. Every breath felt heavier than the last, weighed down by the damp, cool air that hung thick with the scent of decay. Each step Cal took seemed to echo through the endless labyrinth of branches, a constant reminder that he wasn't alone. Yet he never saw anyone, never heard anything that could explain the sinister presence that pressed down on him. He had come to the forest on a dare, as so many did. His friends, laughing and fearless around a campfire, had made their usual bets and challenges. They spoke of the Black Hollow Forest, a place so cursed that even the bravest of men refused to enter it. Some called it haunted. Others said it was the home of things that no longer belonged in the world of the living. But Cal, always the skeptic, thought it was all just superstitious nonsense. He was determined to prove them all wrong. That was hours ago, when the sun still hung high above the treetops, casting a gentle glow on the world. Now, the moon was hidden behind clouds, and all light had been swallowed up by the darkness, leaving him with nothing but his flashlight and the sound of his own breath. The trees loomed like blackened sentinels, their limbs twisting in unnatural angles, reaching out like hungry hands. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He had taken the path, walked in a straight line. His friends had even assured him that if he reached the old well at the heart of the forest, they'd be waiting there to meet him. But now, after what felt like an eternity, he hadn't seen them. He hadn't heard anything from them. They should have been there by now. His stomach churned, a cold knot forming as his mind began to wander. There was something wrong. It wasn't just the oppressive silence of the woods. It was something deeper, something he couldn't place. The trees seemed to whisper, the wind carrying strange, low murmurs that sent a shiver crawling up his spine. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his heartbeat quickened with the unmistakable sense of being watched. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Cal stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He turned quickly, scanning the dense foliage with his flashlight. Nothing. The forest was as still as it had been moments before. Yet the footsteps, faint and irregular, continued. They were coming closer. He took a few tentative steps backward, his eyes darting nervously from side to side. The footsteps were no longer distant. They were close. Far too close. His flashlight flickered, casting long, disjointed shadows that seemed to sway and shift of their own accord. The hairs on his arms prickled as he stood there, frozen, unsure of what to do next. The air grew colder. A thick fog began to seep from the ground, curling around his ankles like living tendrils. It smelled like earth, like rot. Cal's pulse hammered in his chest as he took another step back, his heart racing with fear. The footsteps continued, but they were no longer irregular. They were steady, predictable. A figure emerged from the mist. It was a man, or at least it looked like a man. His face was obscured by a shadow, his body hunched and unnaturally thin. His arms hung limply at his sides, his fingers twitching as though they were not quite in control. Cal tried to call out, but no sound came. The air felt thick in his throat, like a weight pressing against him, stopping him from speaking. The figure took a step forward, then another, moving toward him in slow, deliberate motions. Cal's legs trembled beneath him, his body frozen in place. He had to move. He had to run. But the figure, it wasn't human. No human moved like that. No human's limbs contorted in such unnatural angles. "Get away from me," Cal managed to whisper, his voice barely audible. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it raised one arm, fingers curling into a twisted claw. The air around Cal grew colder, the fog thickening until he could barely see the outline of the figure in front of him. The trees loomed even closer, their gnarled branches now seeming to reach out toward him, blocking any hope of escape. "Do you hear them?" The voice was not the man's voice. It was something darker, something deeper. It echoed in Cal's skull like 1,000 whispers, all of them clawing at his mind, pulling at his sanity. "Hear who?" Cal's voice cracked, his body shaking with terror. "The ones who never left." The figure's lips twisted into a grotesque smile, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp to be human. "They still walk these woods. They still wait. For you." Cal's mind spun, his body threatening to collapse under the weight of the fear that constricted around his chest. His flashlight flickered again, the light dying completely. Darkness descended, thick and suffocating. The footsteps grew louder, now all around him, swirling in the mist like a storm of shadows. He could feel them, feel the weight of the countless eyes watching him from the trees, from the fog. The whispers rose in volume, filling his ears with a maddening cacophony of voices. They were speaking his name, calling to him, begging. He took a step back, then another, his feet stumbling over the uneven forest floor. But it didn't matter. There was no way out, no way to escape. The figure stepped forward, its shape now fully revealed in the darkness. It wasn't just a man. It was something far worse, something that had long since passed beyond the veil of life. Its eyes glowed, red and empty, like hollow pits of despair. Its mouth opened wide, too wide, revealing rows upon rows of jagged teeth, each one stained with something dark and wet. Cal couldn't breathe. His chest tightened as if the very air was being squeezed from his lungs. The figure's smile stretched wider, and for a brief moment, Cal saw it, a glimpse of something far more horrifying than anything he had imagined. In the darkness, just behind the figure, there were others. Dozens of them. Hundreds. They moved like shadows, their bodies twisting and writhing as they emerged from the mist. They were the ones who had never left. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices, all of them speaking in unison, calling to him. And then, from the mist, a hand reached out, long and skeletal, grabbing his arm with an iron grip. It was cold, colder than death itself, and the touch burned into his skin, sending a wave of ice through his body. "Come with us," the figure whispered. "You belong here now. You are one of us." Cal screamed, but the sound was drowned out by the hundreds of whispers that filled the air. The hands of the creatures were all around him now, pulling him into the darkness, into the cold embrace of the forest that had never released its grip on those who dared to enter. He tried to fight, to scream, to run, but it was no use. The creatures surrounded him, their cold, skeletal hands dragging him deeper into the forest. The trees seemed to close in on him, their gnarled limbs scraping against his skin as he was pulled deeper into the fog, deeper into the hollow. And as the last of his strength faded, as the darkness swallowed him whole, one thought burned in his mind, the same thought that had plagued every soul lost to the forest. They were never meant to leave. The sun had long since disappeared beneath the horizon when Peter found himself at the edge of the old cemetery, a place known only in whispers and rumors. It wasn't the kind of place he usually sought out. Dark, forgotten corners of the world weren't his idea of fun. But something in the back of his mind urged him forward. A dare, a challenge. He couldn't back down now. Not after what had happened the night before. The others had dared him to come, to prove he wasn't afraid. But fear, Peter realized, had a way of creeping into your bones and sticking there, long after you thought you'd left it behind. The gate to the cemetery creaked as he pushed it open, the rusted metal groaning in protest, sending a chill down his spine. He stepped into the overgrown grounds, his shoes sinking into the wet earth. The trees surrounding the cemetery loomed like ancient sentinels, their twisted branches reaching down like fingers, as if trying to claw him back into the darkness. It was too quiet. Peter had been expecting eerie sounds, strange moans carried by the wind, the rustle of something unseen. But the silence was suffocating. Even the crickets had stopped their incessant chirping. It was as if the world had held its breath and was waiting for something. The flashlight in his hand flickered once, twice, before going out entirely. He cursed under his breath, shaking it in frustration. The darkness now pressed in on him from all sides, and he could feel his heart hammering in his chest. The beam of the flashlight had been his only connection to reality, but now, without it, the void around him felt far too vast. The thought of turning back crossed his mind. It was late, far later than he'd intended to stay, and the cemetery wasn't a place that welcomed the living, especially not at this hour. Peter started walking again, his footsteps too loud against the heavy quiet of the night. Each step felt heavier than the last, each footfall echoing unnervingly through the cemetery. He passed rows of weathered tombstones, some cracked, others sunken, like the forgotten remains of those whose names had long since eroded away with time. Then he saw it, the crypt. It stood at the far end of the cemetery, its stone facade covered in creeping vines, its door half open as if it had been waiting for him. A shiver crawled down his spine. Something about the crypt felt wrong. It wasn't just the darkness surrounding it. It was the fact that it didn't belong here, that it looked out of place among the rest of the tombstones. He approached cautiously, his heart thundering louder now as his breath quickened. What was it about this place that drew him in? He wasn't sure. He had seen many crypts in his life, but none had made him feel this way. None had felt so alive. The door creaked open with a sound that made him jump, and before he could stop himself, he stepped inside. The air was thick, colder than outside, and it smelled faintly of something decayed. He could barely make out the outlines of a stone altar at the far end, surrounded by strange markings etched into the floor. The faintest traces of old, dried blood were smeared on the stone. A noise, the sound of scraping, faint but persistent, echoed in the crypt. It was as if something was being dragged across the floor. Peter froze. His instinct screamed for him to leave, but his legs wouldn't move. Something held him there, some force beyond his control. The scraping grew louder, closer. Then, with an almost unbearable slowness, a shape began to rise from the shadowed corner of the crypt. It was a figure, hunched and gaunt, its face hidden in the dark. The scrape of its footsteps was slow but deliberate, like it was savoring the fear that surged in Peter's chest. Peter's mind raced. He wanted to turn, to run, to escape this place, but his body refused to obey. He could feel the weight of the creature's gaze, even though its face remained hidden. He could hear its breath, ragged and slow, as if it was savoring the moment. And then it spoke, a voice low and gravelly, as if it came from the depths of the earth itself, echoed through the crypt. You shouldn't have come. The words sank into Peter's chest like a weight. He tried to speak, but his throat was dry. His voice lodged somewhere between his lungs and his mouth. The creature took another step forward, its form now partially illuminated by the faint light filtering through the cracks in the crypt. Peter could see its face, twisted, hollow, and pale as death itself. The skin was stretched tightly over its bones, its eyes sunken into the deep hollows of its skull. It had no hair, no lips, just a ragged hole where its mouth should have been. Why did you come? It rasped, the question curling into Peter's ears like a snake. Why did you disturb me? Peter's heart pounded in his chest, and with great effort, he managed to take a step back, the world spinning around him. He stumbled over a pile of broken stones, his knees buckling as he fell hard onto the cold floor. The creature was moving toward him, its movements unnatural and jerky, as though it were forcing its limbs into place. One agonizing jerk. Leave, please, Peter whispered, his voice barely a rasp. The creature stopped for a moment, its form freezing in place. It tilted its head at an unnatural angle, as if considering his plea. Then, without warning, its head snapped forward, and Peter found himself staring directly into the black, empty void of its eyes. You can't leave, it said in a voice that was no longer a whisper, but a guttural growl. Not after what you've seen. Peter screamed, but his voice was drowned by the crushing silence that followed. With a sudden burst of energy, the creature lunged, its skeletal hands reaching for him. He felt the cold grip of its fingers wrap around his arm, the pressure unbearable, as if it was trying to crush the life out of him. He tried to pull away, but its strength was overwhelming. Don't fight, it hissed. You are already part of this place. And with that, Peter felt the floor beneath him give way, a sudden drop that seemed to swallow him whole. He fell, deeper and deeper, into the cold darkness. The creature's laugh echoed around him, a sound that would haunt him forever. When Peter woke, he wasn't in the crypt anymore. He was lying in the middle of the cemetery, his body cold, his clothes torn. He couldn't remember how he got there. He couldn't remember much of anything. But as he sat up, his eyes fell on the crypt in the distance. The door was wide open, and he swore he saw something, or someone, watching him from within. And then, from the darkness of the crypt, a voice whispered, low and familiar, "You're not free." Peter's heart sank as he realized that the cemetery had claimed him, that it had taken him as it had so many others. He wasn't just a visitor anymore. He was one of them. A cold wind swept through the cemetery, and the earth seemed to stir beneath his feet, the ground shifting as though something was moving beneath it. The whispers began again, growing louder, louder than ever before. "You're never leaving." Peter's heart pounded in his chest as he scrambled to his feet, his legs trembling beneath him. The cold air wrapped around him like a suffocating shroud, making every breath feel heavier than the last. He could still hear the creatures whisper echoing in his ears, a low, almost soothing hum that made his skin crawl. "You're never leaving," it had said. The words rattled through his skull like a constant drumbeat. The cemetery stretched out before him, but now it seemed different, more oppressive, more alive. The shadows seemed to dance at the edges of his vision, flickering in ways that made no sense. The moon, which had been high in the sky only moments ago, was now hidden behind a thick veil of clouds, plunging the world into an even deeper blackness. Peter didn't dare turn back toward the crypt. Something about it, something in the air around it, told him that to approach again would mean certain death. His instinct screamed at him to run, to flee the cemetery and never look back. But his feet were rooted to the ground. He tried to take a step, but his legs wouldn't obey him. He could hear his breathing, shallow and quick, as his mind raced. The whispers returned, curling into his thoughts like tendrils of smoke. "It's too late now," they hissed, repeating themselves over and over. "You belong here. You are one of us." A rustling sound broke the tension, cutting through the air with unnatural sharpness. Peter's head whipped around, his heart leaping into his throat. There was movement in the distance, just outside his peripheral vision. At first, he thought it might be an animal, some creature lurking in the shadows of the cemetery. But then he saw it, a figure. It stood motionless at the edge of the cemetery, partially obscured by the large, gnarled tree whose branches twisted into the night sky like claws. The figure was tall, unnaturally so, its silhouette dark against the faint light from the distant moon. It seemed to be watching him, waiting. The hairs on the back of Peter's neck stood up as he felt a cold chill crawl down his spine. He didn't know how he knew, but he was certain that this figure wasn't human. The shape seemed wrong, as if it had been molded by something else, something ancient and terrible. Without thinking, Peter began to move, stumbling backward, his feet slipping on the wet earth. He could feel the ground beneath him, soft and treacherous, as though it was trying to pull him into its depths. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, like the wind pushing against his ears. "Run, Peter! Run!" they hissed. "You can't escape." His feet carried him in a direction he couldn't control, moving away from the crypt but not toward the cemetery gate. He had no choice but to follow the pull, like a marionette being dragged along by invisible strings. Every step he took seemed to take him deeper into the cemetery, further away from the safety he had so desperately sought. Suddenly, the figure was closer. It had moved without a sound, its form now standing directly in front of him. It was no longer obscured by the tree, but was in full view, its tall, slender body almost blending with the darkness. It had no face, only a smooth, featureless surface where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. Its skin, if it could be called that, was pale and stretched tightly over its bones. The air around it seemed to distort, bending with an eerie, unnatural heat. Peter froze. His mind screamed at him to run, to turn and bolt, but his legs wouldn't respond. He could only stand there, rooted to the spot. As the figure moved closer, its movement slow, deliberate, and unnervingly graceful. The creature's presence seemed to swallow the surrounding sounds, and the whispers faded into a thick silence. Then, the figure tilted its head ever so slightly, as if studying him, its long limbs moving like some twisted marionette. Peter's breath quickened, his pulse hammering in his temples. The figure raised one arm, long, spindly fingers extending toward him. "You shouldn't have come," it murmured, its voice like the scraping of stone against bone. "You don't belong here anymore." Peter's eyes widened in terror. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His body was paralyzed, frozen in place by a force greater than fear itself. The figure moved closer still, until it was inches from him. Its long fingers brushed against his face, and the cold that radiated from them felt like death itself. The world around Peter seemed to crumble away. The cemetery, the trees, the tombstones, all of it began to distort, shifting in and out of focus. The ground beneath his feet no longer felt solid. It felt like it was dissolving, like he was standing on the edge of a precipice, about to fall into some unknown abyss. In a flash, the figure's hand reached out, its fingers wrapping around Peter's throat with a grip so tight that it cut off his breath. Panic surged through him, his vision narrowing as the world tilted. His lungs burned for air, his chest heaving with desperation. "Let go," Peter gasped, his voice barely a whisper. The figure didn't respond, its head tilting even further to the side, as though it found his suffering amusing. The grip on his throat tightened, and Peter's body went rigid, his vision blurred, his thoughts becoming a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. His mouth opened and closed in silent pleas for mercy, but none came. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pressure released. Peter fell to his knees, gasping for air, his chest heaving with each breath he took. The figure took a step back, its cold, featureless face still locked on him. It didn't speak for a long moment. It didn't have to. Peter tried to speak, to beg for his life, but the words wouldn't form. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he could feel the last remnants of his strength slipping away with each passing second. "You belong to this place now," the figure whispered at last, its voice softer now, almost like a lullaby. "You are one of us. There is no leaving. Not now. Not ever. The ground beneath Peter seemed to shift again, and this time, he couldn't resist. His body sank lower, his knees buckling as though the earth itself was claiming him. He reached out, his fingers scraping at the wet dirt, but it was no use. The more he struggled, the more it pulled him down. The cold earth swallowed him, creeping up his legs, pulling him further into the ground. He tried to scream, but the earth filled his mouth, silencing him as he was consumed by the darkness. As the cemetery continued to whisper and hum with the sound of forgotten souls, Peter's body disappeared, becoming one with the land that had claimed him. His name, like the names of so many others, would be forgotten. Only the whispers would remain, forever calling to those who dared to enter, to those who sought to leave but could not. And so, the cemetery stood, waiting, as it always had. The darkness around Peter was suffocating. His lungs felt as if they were being crushed by an unseen weight, and his mind spun in a disorienting whirlpool of terror and confusion. His body was buried up to his waist now, the cold earth pressing against his skin as he futilely struggled to free himself. The ground clung to him, sticky and unnatural, as if it were alive, each grain of soil an unrelenting hand pulling him deeper into the grave. Peter's vision blurred, his head spinning with vertigo. The creature that had once loomed over him was gone now, but its presence lingered, an oppressive force, pressing on his chest and warping his thoughts. The whispers returned, low and unsettling, their words like a distant melody that echoed inside his skull. "You thought you could leave, didn't you?" they murmured. "You thought the crypt was your escape, but you're ours now, forever." The words were punctuated by the sounds of the earth shifting, a deep rumble that seemed to emanate from the very bowels of the cemetery. Peter's heart thudded violently in his chest as he realized with dawning horror that the ground beneath him was moving, not like an earthquake, but with an unnatural, deliberate motion. Something was happening, something that had been set into motion long ago. His eyes darted wildly around him, but there was nothing to see. The cemetery was a void, a black hole that seemed to stretch on endlessly in all directions, swallowing up the edges of his perception. He could still hear the whispers, faint now, but close, as if they were coming from beneath the very earth he was sinking into. The air turned colder. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one a sharp sting against his freezing skin. And then, without warning, the ground gave way entirely. With a deafening crack, the earth split open beneath Peter's feet, and he fell, for what seemed like an eternity. He plunged through the darkness, weightless and falling. The rush of air was deafening in his ears, and he could feel the sensation of something watching him, something waiting for him at the bottom of his descent. His chest tightened with panic as the ground below him seemed to grow closer, faster. He braced himself for the impact, but it never came. Instead, he hit something soft, softer than earth, softer than flesh. It was like falling into a pool of thick, viscous liquid. Peter's body hit the ground with a sickening squelch, his skin stinging with the sharp, acidic burn of the strange substance. His legs were still submerged in the ground above, his arms pinwheeling as he tried to push himself up. His heart thudded violently in his chest as he forced his hands into the goo, pulling himself up to his knees. It was then that he noticed the light. Faint at first, it flickered in the distance, a sickly greenish glow that pulsed and shimmered in the oppressive blackness. As his eyes adjusted, Peter saw it, a vast, sprawling cavern stretching endlessly before him. The walls of the cavern seemed to move, alive with strange, writhing patterns that shimmered and shifted like shadows. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the same foul odor that had pervaded the cemetery. But this was worse. It was the stench of something ancient, something far older than the earth itself. Peter's breath caught in his throat as he realized he wasn't alone. The cavern was full of them. Figures, shapes, things that didn't belong in the world he knew. They were shadowy, indistinct, creatures formed of nightmare and fear, standing motionless as if frozen in time. Their eyes were gleaming points of light, reflecting the eerie glow of the cavern, and they stared at Peter with an intensity that made his skin crawl. The figures didn't move. They didn't speak. They simply watched. And then, from behind him, a voice. Cold, sharp, and familiar. "You shouldn't have tried to leave." Peter whipped around, his heart racing. He was too late. It was the creature. The one from the cemetery. It had followed him. No, it had always been here. It had been waiting for him. It stood just at the edge of his vision, its pale, featureless face impossibly close now, its long, skeletal fingers reaching toward him. "You can't escape," it whispered, its voice slithering into his mind. "You're mine." Peter took a step back, but the ground beneath him seemed to give way again. The gooey substance that had caught him earlier began to bubble, to writhe like some organic, hungry mass. His feet sank deeper, and as he struggled to pull himself free, he saw something that made his stomach twist in terror. The cavern walls began to shift, revealing what had been hidden in the darkness. Bodies. Hundreds, no, thousands of them. Some twisted, some deformed, their faces contorted in expressions of terror and agony. They were all suspended in the walls, their limbs splayed out in unnatural angles, their eyes wide open, staring into eternity. Peter's chest tightened, and he could feel the panic rising like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him. His mind raced, trying to find a way out. But there was no way out. There was no escape from this place. The creature took another step forward, its tall, gaunt form looming over him. "There is no escaping death, Peter," it said. "Not here. Not in this place." The ground beneath him rumbled again, and Peter could feel the tremors beneath his feet. The walls of the cavern shifted once more, and with a horrifying, grinding sound, one of the bodies in the wall began to move. Its fingers twitched, its eyes flickered, then widened in horror as it began to scream. But the scream was silent. No sound escaped from the corpse's lips, but Peter could feel the terror radiating from it. It was the same as the whispers, indescribable, unnameable fear that clawed at his mind and soul. The creature smiled, a smile that stretched unnaturally wide, its lips pulling back to reveal rows of sharp, jagged teeth. "Welcome to the Forgotten," it hissed. "You are now a part of this place. There is no escaping what you've become." The bodies in the walls began to stir, slowly at first, and then all at once. Peter's breath came in sharp gasps as he turned to flee, but there was nowhere to run. The cavern seemed to stretch on forever, its twisting, shifting walls closing in around him. The figures, the bodies, the whispers, they were all part of the same dark, unholy presence that had claimed him. There was no escape, no way out. He had fallen into something ancient, something malevolent, and now it had him. And then, just as he was sure he would be swallowed whole by the darkness, he felt something cold and wet wrap around his ankle. He screamed. The cold, wet tendril tightened around Peter's ankle, pulling him downward into the viscous substance that now seemed to consume everything around him. He tried to scream, but the air was thick, suffocating, and the sound died in his throat as if swallowed by the very walls of the cavern. His body jerked forward, dragged by the unseen force, as his hands clawed uselessly at the ground. Panic surged through him, his heart pounded in his chest, and every muscle in his body screamed for release. But the more he fought, the stronger the grip became. The floor beneath him shifted, and the nauseating smell of decay filled his nostrils, making him gag. He tried to push himself up, but his hands sank deeper into the foul, gelatinous substance. His legs felt as if they were being pulled into the earth itself. From the corner of his eye, he saw the shadows of the figures move, their eyes glowing like coals in the dark. They were watching him, waiting. The creature loomed closer, its thin, elongated fingers curling as it took another slow, deliberate step toward him. A cold laugh echoed in Peter's mind, low, rumbling, and filled with malice. "Do you still think you can escape, Peter?" The creature's voice was an unbearable presence, pressing against his skull, sinking into his very being. "The moment you entered this place, you became one of us. And now, you will never leave." Peter's eyes darted wildly around the cavern, searching for anything, any sign of hope. But there was nothing. The walls seemed to stretch impossibly far, a dark labyrinth with no exit. The bodies that had once been suspended in the walls were now fully animated, moving grotesquely, their twisted limbs flailing, as if they were trying to claw their way out of their own entombment. One of them, a woman with hollow eyes and pale, ashen skin, reached out, its bony fingers grazing Peter's face. He recoiled, but the fingers continued to trail down his cheek, sending a chill through him. Her lips parted, and from deep within her throat came a low, rasping whisper. "Join us!" Peter shuddered violently. He felt the grip around his ankle loosen slightly, but it didn't free him. Instead, the substance beneath him began to ripple, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. The ground trembled, and the light flickered again, the sickly green glow flickering more erratically as the shadows in the cavern seemed to lengthen, stretching and curling like living things. His eyes snapped to the creature, whose grin had grown wider, its hollow eyes glowing like molten glass. "You should have never come here, Peter," it hissed, its voice now a cacophony of whispers, all layered on top of each other, grinding together until they were incomprehensible. "This is not just a graveyard. It's a place where all who die here stay, forever. And you, my dear boy, are no exception." The ground began to move again, and Peter felt his body being slowly but relentlessly drawn toward the center of the cavern. He clawed at the ground, his fingernails scraping against the rough earth, but it was useless. The substance was now up to his waist, pulling him into the depths. The woman's face twisted grotesquely, her mouth opening wide, exposing rows of jagged teeth. Her eyes gleamed with hunger. The shadows seemed to rise up around her, swirling in patterns that made Peter's stomach lurch. "Please no," Peter gasped, his voice hoarse as he pulled himself free with desperate, frantic movements. "I don't belong here. I'm not one of you." But the woman didn't listen. Her hand shot forward, grabbing hold of his wrist, her grip cold and deathly. Her fingers seemed to sink into his flesh, as if her hand was made of stone. "No one ever belongs here," she rasped, her voice a low, guttural hiss. "You are here because you were chosen, and now you will never leave." Peter fought against her, kicking his legs frantically, trying to break free. His head spun, and his vision blurred with dizziness as the shadows pressed in around him. It was too much. The pressure in his chest was unbearable, the whispers in his mind a constant hum that threatened to crush him. Every breath felt like it would be his last. And then, just as he thought he could no longer bear it, the earth trembled again. This time, the shaking was different, more violent, more deliberate. The ground cracked open beneath him with an ear-splitting sound, and Peter screamed in terror as he fell through the fissure. He fell for what felt like an eternity, tumbling through the darkness, his body twisting and turning in the air. He couldn't tell if he was still in the cavern, or if he had somehow been transported to another place entirely. The only thing he could feel was the crushing weight of terror pressing down on him. Finally, with a sickening jolt, Peter slammed into the ground. His body hit something soft yet unyielding, and he gasped for air, his lungs burning. He lay there, stunned, the pain in his body overwhelming, as he tried to regain his bearings. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a new place, a place even darker, more oppressive than the cavern. The air was thick with the stench of death, and all around him, the ground was littered with twisted, rotting shapes that seemed to pulse with an unnatural life. He could hear the whispers again, but this time, they were louder, more insistent. The voices echoed around him, as though they were coming from every direction. "You can't run," they whispered. "You'll never be free. You are ours." Peter sat up, his heart hammering in his chest as he scanned the surrounding darkness. His head ached, and he could feel something cold and wet creeping over his skin. He wiped his hand across his forehead, but when he pulled it away, his fingers were covered in something slick and foul-smelling. He stood shakily, his legs unsteady beneath him. His eyes darted around the desolate landscape, but there was no sign of the creature, no trace of the twisted figures that had surrounded him before. And then, as if to remind him that he was never truly alone, a figure appeared before him. It was small at first, a vague silhouette in the distance, but as it drew closer, Peter could see the outline of a woman, hunched over and dragging something behind her. Her face was obscured by a thick veil of matted hair, but Peter could make out the glint of her eyes, the same hollow, gleaming eyes that had haunted him since he first entered this hellish place. "Help me," the woman rasped, her voice like the scraping of nails on stone. "Please help me." Peter's heart pounded in his chest, his instinct screaming for him to run, but his legs refused to move, frozen in place by the unnatural presence of this figure. The woman stopped in front of him, her form looming over him, her eyes still gleaming with that eerie, unnatural light. "Help me," she repeated, reaching out toward him with trembling hands. Her fingers were long and spindly, her nails like claws, scraping at the air in front of her. Peter could feel the darkness closing in around him. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The figure's presence seemed to suck all the light from the world around him, leaving only a suffocating, inky blackness. And then the woman's hand landed on his arm. Her touch was ice cold, and Peter gasped, feeling the life drain from his body as her fingers dug into his skin. "Help me," she whispered one last time. But Peter had no choice. He screamed. Peter's scream echoed through the darkness, but it was swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. His body trembled under the woman's grip as if her cold touch had reached down into his very bones. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming, like he was sinking into a pit that had no end. His heart raced in panic, his mind struggling to hold onto some shred of sanity as the woman's face remained hidden behind the tangled curtain of her hair. The whispers grew louder now, a chorus of voices, each one hissing and murmuring from all directions. They were no longer just whispers, they were demands, pleas, accusations. His skin felt like it was crawling, and every muscle in his body screamed for him to escape, to run as fast and far as possible. But no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't move. His feet were glued to the ground, his legs trembling from the strain of trying to pull away from the woman's grip. Her nails dug deeper into his skin, and Peter winced in agony. He could feel the coldness seeping into his bloodstream, spreading like ice through his veins. The woman's face slowly began to lift from behind the veil of hair, and as her eyes locked onto his, Peter's blood ran cold. There were no pupils, only deep, black voids staring back at him. Her mouth twisted into a twisted grin, stretching too wide to be human. "You can't escape," she crooned in a voice that was both guttural and soft, like a lullaby for the damned. "We are all connected here. You're already one of us." Peter's stomach lurched. He felt the weight of the air around him, as if the very space was closing in on him, suffocating him. His breath became shallow, and his pulse pounded in his ears, as if it were the only sound left in the universe. The woman's hand tightened around his arm, and with it, Peter's world began to change. The ground beneath his feet shuddered, and the air grew colder still. His vision blurred for a moment, and when it cleared, he was no longer standing in the decaying, desolate land. He found himself surrounded by the same grotesque figures he had seen before, twisted, rotting bodies suspended in the air like marionettes. But these figures were different. They were alive. Peter's breath caught in his throat as one of them, an emaciated man with hollow, sunken eyes, turned its gaze upon him. His mouth stretched open, revealing rows of jagged teeth, and he stepped forward with slow, deliberate movements, dragging his broken body closer. His limbs moved with jerky, unnatural movements, and Peter recoiled in horror. "We are the forgotten," the man rasped, his voice dry and cracked. "We are the ones who were left behind, the ones who failed." Peter could only stare in disbelief. His body trembled with terror, and every instinct screamed for him to run, to escape. But there was no way out. The woman's grip on his arm was unrelenting. She had already dragged him deeper into this twisted place, and now he could feel it, the darkness, the weight of everything pressing in on him, suffocating him. Another figure, this one a woman with long, matted hair and skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, stepped forward from the crowd. Her eyes were wide, frantic, her mouth opening and closing in a way that seemed unnatural, like she was trying to speak, but the words wouldn't come. She reached toward Peter with trembling hands, but he could see it. The darkness was slowly creeping into her, too. "Please," she whispered, though it was barely audible. "Help us to get out." But Peter knew it was too late. He could feel it in the air, in the way everything around him seemed to shift, to close in tighter. These were not people anymore. They were shells, creatures cursed to live in this purgatory forever, and he was about to become one of them. The woman holding Peter's arm let out a low, deep chuckle, and her grip tightened once more. "You can't leave," she said softly, her voice like ice scraping against metal. "You're just like the rest of us now. You're one of the lost." Suddenly, everything went dark. Peter felt his body falling once more. But this time it wasn't the falling sensation he was familiar with. It was as if he were being pulled into the very earth beneath him. The ground opened up again, and he was falling through it, falling into nothingness. There was no bottom, no floor, just a chasm of endless black. His lungs burned, but he couldn't breathe. His chest ached as the pressure of the air closed in on him. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to move, but his limbs felt heavy and unresponsive. Everything around him was silent, save for the low hum of the darkness that seemed to close in from every side. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the fall stopped. Peter hit something solid with a sickening thud, and the impact rattled his body to the core. His head spun, and for a moment everything was blurred. He lay there, breathing heavily, his body trembling from the shock of the fall. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in the cavern. The air was thick with the scent of rot and decay, but there was no movement, no figures around him. It was silent, deathly silent. He pushed himself up, his body sore from the fall. The place he found himself in now was different. This was not the same dark, endless labyrinth he had wandered through before. The space around him was vast, an open expanse that stretched beyond what he could see. The floor beneath him was cracked and broken, littered with remnants of rotting flesh and ancient bones. There were no walls, no ceiling, just an infinite horizon of dark, shifting shapes. Peter could hear his own breath now, shallow and ragged. His pulse was loud in his ears, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. The silence around him was oppressive, like the calm before a storm. It made every hair on his body stand on as he slowly rose to his feet. Peter's eyes scanned the empty space around him. There was something here, something moving, just beyond the edge of his vision. He could feel it, a presence, lurking, watching. His heart raced as he turned in every direction, but all he saw were the shapes in the distance, their forms shifting and changing, as though they were alive. They seemed to pulse with a strange, unnatural energy. And then, from somewhere in the distance, came the whisper, "You're not alone." Peter froze. The voice was low and malevolent, slithering into his mind like a serpent. He couldn't tell where it had come from, but it was unmistakably real. The cold that washed over him felt even colder now, creeping into his bones. Suddenly, there was a flash, a brief, sharp light cutting through the darkness. It was followed by another and another, until the entire expanse around Peter was bathed in an eerie, flickering glow. The shapes in the distance became clearer, revealing twisted, nightmarish creatures, their faces contorted in agony, their bodies mangled and broken. The whispers intensified, and as the creatures began to move toward him, Peter realized he was surrounded. There was no escape. The air itself seemed to pulse with their hunger. He tried to run, but his feet wouldn't move. His body was frozen in place, trapped by the unseen force that held him there. The creatures closed in, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. "Welcome to our world," the voice echoed again, 1,000 voices speaking as one. Peter screamed, but no sound escaped. Only the endless darkness remained. And then nothing. The darkness around Peter felt suffocating, pressing down on him, forcing him into submission. His breaths were shallow, panic bubbling inside him like a rising tide. Every instinct told him to run, to escape. But no matter how hard he tried to move, his legs were frozen, as if the very ground beneath him had turned to ice. The whispering voices, low and guttural, circled around him, each one a twisted version of the last. each carrying the promise of something far darker than death. He felt them before he saw them. The cold touch of something brushing against his skin, the chill of a breath on his neck. Though when he turned, nothing was there. The world around him seemed to shift, warping in unnatural ways. The cracked floor beneath his feet began to ripple, as though it were water disturbed by something unseen beneath its surface. The distant shadows lengthened and twisted, forming shapes that were too grotesque to comprehend. A low growl rumbled from somewhere close, making Peter's heart race faster. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a deep, resonating boom echoed through the space. Peter's head snapped in the direction of the sound, his eyes wide with terror. He could feel the presence of something approaching, something powerful and ancient. The air grew thicker, charged with an overwhelming sense of dread. From the shadows, two bright, glowing eyes appeared. They were the only source of light in the world of darkness, their eerie glow cutting through the blackness like twin beacons. The eyes grew larger, and a figure began to take shape around them, a hulking form that towered over Peter, its outline shifting and flickering like a distorted nightmare. "Don't move," a voice growled from somewhere deep within the figure. The voice was deep, raw, like the sound of stone scraping against stone. The words were more of a command than a warning. Peter's body refused to obey. His feet were rooted to the ground, unable to escape the massive presence before him. The thing's shape was indistinct, like it was constantly shifting. One moment it looked human. The next, it resembled some kind of grotesque beast. The glowing eyes were the only thing about it that seemed fixed, unwavering. "Do you know what this place is?" the voice asked, its tone mocking, though there was something sinister lurking beneath the words. Peter's throat tightened. He tried to speak, but no words came out. He couldn't even summon the strength to scream. The thing took a step toward him, and the floor beneath it seemed to bow with each movement. "You're not just lost," the voice continued, growing closer. "You're trapped, and you'll never leave." Peter's pulse thundered in his ears, the terror that had gripped him tightening like a vice. His eyes darted around, looking for any sign of escape, but there was nowhere to run. The darkness stretched on in all directions, an endless void with no exit. The creature moved closer, its form becoming more solid, more real with each passing second. Its twisted face, if it could even be called a face, was a grotesque mask of flesh and bone, a jagged smile carved into the skull-like features. The air around it pulsed with an unnatural heat, the temperature rising with its presence. "I am the keeper of this place," the creature whispered, its voice low and rasping, like it was speaking from the depths of the earth. "You've entered the domain of the lost, and once you're here, there's no going back." Peter's chest tightened, his breath coming in frantic gasps as the creature's words sank in. He was trapped. There was no escape. His mind raced, desperate for any way out. But the darkness seemed to close in on him, suffocating him with its weight. The ground beneath him cracked open with a violent shudder, and before Peter could react, he was falling. He was plunged into a world of unrelenting darkness, tumbling through the air like a leaf caught in a storm. His limbs flailed uselessly as he descended, the air thick and heavy around him. Suddenly, the fall stopped, and Peter's body slammed into something hard. His head spun, and he lay still for a moment, trying to steady himself, trying to piece together what had just happened. His vision was blurred, but as it cleared, he realized he was no longer in the same place. He was in a different world. The sky above him was an unnatural shade of red, the clouds swirling in patterns that defied logic. The ground beneath him was soft and uneven, like thick, damp earth. But there was something wrong about it. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the putrid stench of something rotting, something alive but long since dead. Peter pushed himself up, his legs weak from the fall, and took in his surroundings. The landscape was barren, devoid of life. Jagged rocks jutted from the ground like broken teeth, casting long, ominous shadows in the dim red light. In the distance, strange, twisted trees reached upward, their branches gnarled and contorted, as though they were trying to... She felt herself being pulled toward the darkness, the weight of something invisible dragging her down. The walls seemed to close in around her, the shadows reaching out like tendrils, wrapping around her limbs, squeezing the life from her. In the corner of her vision, she saw a shape, something tall and twisted, with hollow eyes that seemed to burn with malice. It stood in the doorway, watching her struggle. "Help me," the voice whispered again, its words hollow and rasping. "Help me before it's too late." Amelia's vision blurred, her body growing colder with every passing second. She fought, but the shadows were too strong, the darkness too thick. The house had claimed her, and she was no longer its guest. She was part of it now. The last thing she heard before the darkness took her was the sound of the doll's hollow, twisted laughter, echoing from every corner of the room. The house had been waiting for her, and now it would never let her go. Amelia's eyes fluttered open, but there was no light, only the oppressive weight of darkness pressing against her. Her heart thudded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat that reverberated through her limbs. She couldn't remember how long she'd been unconscious, minutes, hours, days. The sensation of cold, of being trapped, was overwhelming. Slowly, painfully, she managed to push herself up, her hand sliding over something damp and soft beneath her. Her fingers scraped against the smooth, wet surface of the floor, the scent of decay thick in the air. The walls seemed to press closer with each breath, the darkness swallowing her whole. She tried to move, but her body felt like it was anchored to the ground, her muscles stiff with fear and exhaustion. With every movement, something seemed to shift, something that wasn't quite right. It was as though the room itself was alive, breathing in rhythm with her, watching her. "Help me." The voice was faint but unmistakable, whispering through the stillness of the room. Amelia froze, her breath catching in her throat. She recognized the voice. It was the same as before, the one that had come from the walls, the one that had whispered to her when she opened the chest. But now it sounded different, distorted, as though it were coming from somewhere deep below the earth itself. She scrambled to her feet, her legs shaking as she tried to stand, her hand splayed out in front of her to steady herself. Her flashlight, her only source of light, was gone. Her surroundings were pitch black, and her sense of direction had vanished. The silence was suffocating, oppressive, like a physical weight pressing against her chest. She couldn't even hear her own breath now, the sound of her heartbeat, the only thing grounding her in the nightmare. The whisper came again, and this time, it was louder, sharper, more urgent. It clawed at her mind, scraping against her thoughts like 1,000 sharp nails. "Help me before it takes you." Amelia's eyes darted around in the darkness, but there was nothing to see. No shape, no figure, no movement. Just the empty, suffocating blackness. She felt as though the very walls were closing in on her, the floor beneath her shifting, breathing, pulsing with some malevolent energy. The air itself felt wrong, tainted, as though it carried the weight of centuries of suffering and death. And then she heard it, a soft scuffling sound, faint at first, then growing louder. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving closer. The sound of dragging, of something heavy scraping across the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. Something was coming. Something was moving toward her, and it wasn't human. "Help me." The voice echoed through the dark, now joined by a new sound. A soft, wet slithering. Something large, something unnatural, was crawling through the room. The whispering voice grew frantic, desperate, and then it seemed to split, breaking into multiple voices, all calling to her, all pleading, all warning. "Before it takes you, before it consumes you." A shape, a figure, emerging from the shadows. At first, it was nothing more than a vague outline, a distortion in the air. But as it drew closer, it became clearer, an inhuman silhouette, tall and grotesque, its body twisting in unnatural angles. Its face was a blur, like a mass of writhing shadows, but its eyes, those eyes, were unmistakable. They were hollow, black pits that seemed to absorb all light, and within them, Amelia saw the reflection of her own terror. The thing's mouth opened, and a guttural growl filled the room, the sound vibrating in her chest, shaking her to the core. "You shouldn't have come," it hissed, its voice a low, rasping growl that echoed in the stillness. Now you're mine. Amelia's heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in her ears. Her body trembled, and a wave of nausea washed over her as the thing's breath, cold and foul, filled her lungs. She could feel its presence pressing in on her, the weight of its malicious intent closing in like a vice. "Please," she gasped, her voice breaking, barely a whisper. "I didn't mean to. I just—" But the thing didn't respond. Instead, it reached out with long, gnarled fingers, its hand moving toward her with an eerie slowness. Its fingers were too long, too thin, twisted and claw-like, and as they reached for her, the temperature in the room plummeted. A chill unlike any she had ever felt crawled up her spine, freezing her to the core. She tried to move, to run, but her body wouldn't respond. Her legs were like stone, her arms locked in place. It was as though the very air around her had solidified, trapping her in place. The thing's fingers brushed against her skin, and she screamed, a raw, primal scream that echoed through the darkness. The touch was cold, impossibly cold, and it sent a shockwave of terror through her body. It felt as though it was draining her life force, sucking the warmth from her bones. "No, no," she cried, but her voice was swallowed by the growing darkness. The thing's mouth opened again, this time wider, its jagged teeth glistening in the faint light that seemed to flicker and die around her. It leaned in closer, its foul breath washing over her, the stench of death and decay filling her senses. "You belong to the house now," it rasped, its voice dripping with malice. "You are part of it, forever." And then, as if in response to its words, the walls began to close in. The shadows seemed to stretch, to reach out with tangible tendrils, curling around her, pulling her toward the thing that stood before her. She could feel it, could feel the house itself, the very foundation beneath her feet, shifting, moving, alive. The doll. Her hand moved on its own accord, reaching for the cold, lifeless doll she had dropped earlier. She didn't know why, didn't understand, but as her fingers closed around the porcelain figure, something inside her broke. A flood of memories, of voices, of darkness filled her mind, drowning her in an ocean of fear and despair. The whispers were back. Hundreds of voices now, all calling to her, all begging, pleading, accusing. "Help me! Help me!" The walls seemed to close in faster now, the shadows swallowing everything, devouring her in their insatiable hunger. The thing in front of her grinned, its eyes burning with an evil gleam as it drew closer, its breath hot and putrid against her skin. Amelia couldn't fight it. She couldn't run. She was trapped, bound by the curse of the house, the thing that had claimed her, body and soul. And as the darkness consumed her, she heard one final whisper, one voice among the hundreds. "Welcome home." With that, Amelia vanished into the blackness, her scream lost in the void, swallowed by the house that had claimed her for its own. The darkness was absolute. There were no sounds, no sensations, just the endless void that stretched on, swallowing everything, everything but the whispers. They had changed. They were louder now, more distinct, their voices writhing in her mind like a swarm of insects. Some were frantic, some mournful, but all were desperate, and they were speaking to her. "You belong to it," one voice rasped. "You cannot leave. You can never leave," another murmured softer, colder. Amelia's senses were drowning in the sea of voices. Her body felt light, floating, as though gravity had no claim over her. But she was not weightless, not free. She was tethered, trapped by some invisible force, an unseen chain that wrapped around her chest, pulling her deeper into the suffocating blackness. She tried to scream, but no sound came. Her eyes burned as she struggled to see through the endless night. But there was nothing. There was only the feeling of something watching, something lurking in the dark, always present, always waiting. It was as if the darkness itself had eyes, eyes that could see her, track her, and move with her in ways that defied logic. But she couldn't look away. She couldn't move. A new whisper entered her mind, one she didn't recognize. The voice was softer, almost gentle, like a caress. But beneath the smooth words, there was something else, something insidious. It was a voice of seduction. Look, it cooed. Look and you'll understand. It's not what you think. And for the first time, Amelia felt a shift in the air. The darkness felt less like an emptiness, and more like something tangible. It was alive. She could feel it. Could feel the presence of something that had been there all along. Something ancient. A force so powerful it could twist reality itself. Her vision started to clear. Just a little. Just enough to see the faintest outline of shapes. Of shadows within shadows. But they weren't normal shapes. They were shifting, flickering. Like the distorted images of something too grotesque to be real. They moved as if they were made of liquid. Changing. Flowing like smoke. A sound, soft, like the sound of bones scraping against stone, filled the space, echoing around her, amplifying in the suffocating silence. The whispers grew louder, turning into incoherent screams, as if the very air was filled with the souls of the damned. Amelia's heart raced, her breath shallow and rapid, but she couldn't move. She couldn't even blink. Do you see it now? The voice was back, stronger, clearer, yet colder than before. Do you understand what this place really is? The shadowy figures swirled around her, circling her like predators. They didn't have faces, at least not in the way she understood faces. They were just empty spaces, hollow spots in the void where their presence bled through. The feeling of being watched intensified, multiplied 1,000-fold. The figures loomed closer, their shapes becoming more distinct, their movements more deliberate. They were closing in. Amelia's body felt frozen, caught in the grip of something stronger than fear. It wasn't just terror she was feeling. It was despair. There was no escape. She was trapped in this suffocating blackness, bound by chains of something older, more powerful than anything she had ever known. The whispering voices continued to rise, now a chorus of twisted souls, each one crying out for release, for mercy, for something, anything, to end their torment. Their voices mixed with the dragging sounds, like nails on chalkboards, scraping along the edges of her sanity. Every breath she took seemed to draw her deeper into the labyrinthine nightmare, and each step she would have taken felt heavier, harder, as though the very air was thickening around her. Why? Amelia managed to whisper, her voice barely audible, strangled by the weight of the darkness. Why me? What is this place? And then, through the shifting darkness, a shape materialized. At first, it was nothing more than a flicker, a shadow within a shadow. But it solidified quickly, its outline becoming clear as it stepped forward. Amelia couldn't tear her eyes away, but she wished she could. The figure was tall, impossibly so, and it was wrong. Its proportions were distorted, elongated, like it didn't belong in the world of the living. It was humanoid, but only just. Its arms hung too long, its body stretched too thin. Its skin was a pale, sickly gray, stretched tight across its bones. And its face was featureless, a smooth expanse of skin, no eyes, no mouth, just a blank, empty surface. The thing didn't speak. It didn't need to. It was already communicating to her in ways words could never express. Its presence alone was enough. Its eyes, those hollow pits, sucked in all the light, leaving her with nothing but darkness. Amelia tried to back away, but her legs betrayed her. She couldn't move. It was as though the thing had woven itself into the very fabric of her existence, chaining her to the spot. She could feel its presence seep into her thoughts, into her soul. It was cold, so cold, as though it could strip away her warmth, her humanity, piece by piece. The figure reached out toward her with impossibly long fingers, its hand stretching farther than it should have been able to. She could feel the weight of its touch before it even made contact, like an invisible force pressing against her skin. The fingers didn't touch her, but they didn't need to. The coldness radiated outward, numbing her body, freezing her very essence. "Do you know what you are, Amelia?" the voice whispered again. But this time, it wasn't from the figure. It was from the darkness itself, from the house, from the very walls that surrounded her. "You are nothing but a sacrifice, a vessel. You were never meant to escape. You were always meant to be here, with us forever." A cold laughter echoed in her mind, twisted and distorted, as if it came from every corner of the black void. The walls themselves seemed to pulse, to breathe, to whisper in time with the voices. Amelia's mind was starting to unravel, her sanity slipping like sand through her fingers. She couldn't grasp the truth of it, couldn't even understand what was happening to her. The figure took another step closer. Amelia felt its presence like a weight on her chest, suffocating her, crushing her spirit. It was the very embodiment of the darkness, of the house itself, and it was here to claim her, to drag her into the eternal abyss. Her breath quickened, her pulse racing. She couldn't fight it. There was no escape, no way out. But then something changed. A distant, faint light flickered in the farthest corner of her mind. It was weak, fragile, like a dying ember in the storm. But it was there, a spark of resistance, a glimmer of hope. With every ounce of strength she had left, Amelia reached for it. She didn't know how, didn't know what it was, but she had to hold on to it. She had to fight. The figure's fingers were inches from her face now, its cold touch sending a ripple of terror through her bones. But just as it was about to make contact, Amelia shouted, a single word torn from her throat. No. And in that moment, the entire room trembled. The walls groaned, as if something deep within the earth was awakening. The air shifted. The darkness recoiled, pulling back from her, as though it were afraid. The figure stopped, its hand halting midair. Amelia could feel it. Feel the change in the air, the shift in the fabric of the nightmare. She wasn't sure what she had done, but she had done something. She had fought back. But the question remained, was it enough? Or had she only made things worse? The figure tilted its head, its blank face somehow conveying curiosity, as if it, too, was unsure of what had just happened. Then it spoke, not in the voice of the house, not in the voice of the darkness, but in something different, something new. Not yet, it said, its voice a low growl that sent chills down Amelia's spine. But soon, very soon, the darkness seemed to stretch and twist, as if it were alive. And as the figure turned away, Amelia was left alone again, surrounded by the deafening silence. She didn't know what had just happened, but she knew one thing for sure. This was only the beginning. As the days passed, the messages continued to flood Ethan's phone, each one more unnerving than the last. The strange, anonymous sender seemed to know everything about his life. Where he went, who he spoke to, even the smallest details. He tried to block the numbers, but it didn't matter. New ones would appear, each carrying the same chilling message. One morning, Ethan woke up to find his entire apartment had been ransacked. Nothing appeared to be missing, but the feeling of being invaded was undeniable. The kitchen cabinets were wide open, the bathroom door was left ajar, and the living room furniture was slightly displaced, as if someone had been sitting on the couch and watching him sleep. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest as he stepped over to his phone, which lay on the coffee table. His fingers trembled as he unlocked it, already knowing what would be waiting for him. The message from the night before was still there. I saw you sleeping, Ethan. Don't think you're safe. He couldn't breathe. The words felt like a physical blow, crushing him. How had they gotten inside? He checked the windows, the locks. Everything was secure. The door had been locked when he arrived home. Yet somehow, someone had entered. Was this part of the game the sender was playing? Or had someone, in fact, been watching him, waiting for the right moment to strike? Desperately, Ethan grabbed his coat and ran outside. He needed to get away, to clear his mind. He walked around the block, his breath shallow in the cold night air. But even the bustling city seemed unfamiliar now. The streets felt empty, the lights dimmer than usual, and the shadows stretched longer, following him as he moved. He found himself standing in front of the abandoned building at the corner of the street. The windows were shattered, the walls covered in graffiti, but something about it beckoned to him. It felt like the right place to be, if only to escape the feeling of being watched. He hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. Inside, dust and decay clung to the air, but he felt compelled to enter. Maybe this would finally make the feeling of dread subside. As he stepped deeper into the building, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The silence was deafening. broken only by the sound of his footsteps on the broken glass. The further he ventured inside, the colder the air became. It was as if the place had been frozen in time, abandoned for years. Yet the energy in the air was unsettling, like something was waiting, watching. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He froze. "I know you're there." The words were simple, but the weight they carried pressed down on him like a heavy burden. His heart raced as he pulled the phone from his pocket, almost afraid to look at the screen. But there, staring back at him, was a photo of himself, taken just moments ago. The phone shook in his hand as he stared at the image, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts. A deep voice echoed through the building, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from all directions. "You can't escape me, Ethan. You're mine now." Ethan spun around, but there was no one there. The darkness in the corners of the room seemed to move, twisting and distorting, as if something was lurking just out of sight. The walls felt like they were closing in on him, and the air grew thick with an oppressive force. He stumbled back, but his legs couldn't carry him fast enough. The temperature in the room plummeted, and a freezing gust of wind swept through the space, knocking him to the ground. As he scrambled to his feet, the walls around him began to pulse, as if the building itself were alive, breathing, watching. The photo on his phone changed, showing a new image, a shadowed figure, standing just behind him. Ethan's heart stopped. The figure was tall, hunched, its face hidden in darkness, but its eyes were glowing, a sickly green. He turned quickly, his blood running cold, but the figure wasn't there. Yet the feeling of being followed, of something just beyond his vision, never left. The whispering voice filled the air once more. "You can't run. You can't hide." Panicked, Ethan bolted for the door, only to find it slammed shut. He tried to pull it open, but it wouldn't budge. His breathing grew frantic as he pounded against the door, shouting for help, but the building swallowed his cries, absorbing them into its vast emptiness. It was as if the walls were alive, pulsating with a terrible energy that seemed to grow stronger by the second. The phone buzzed again. "You're mine, Ethan. Forever." He felt something tug at his sleeve, something cold, something invisible. He spun around, but no one was there. His breath hitched in his throat as the temperature dropped even further. The phone in his hand started to flicker, the screen flashing with images of himself, in different places he had never been. His heart pounded as the realization set in. He wasn't alone. Not anymore. Something had followed him. Something was watching him. The whispers grew louder, the shadows closing in. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went quiet. The phone in his hand went dark. The walls stopped moving. The air became still. And in that silence, Ethan knew. Whatever had been following him, whatever had been watching him, was waiting. It was waiting for him to make the next move, to step into the next moment of his life. But Ethan couldn't move. He couldn't leave. And as the door finally creaked open on its own, he stepped out into the empty street, his mind shrouded in a haze of fear and confusion. The world around him had changed. Nothing felt real anymore. Nothing felt safe. The messages kept coming, and this time, he couldn't ignore them. "I'm closer than you think." And that was when Ethan realized the truth. The horror wasn't just a game. It was real. It was inside him, following him, whispering to him. It was a part of him now, and there was no escaping it. The chill in the air intensified, wrapping around Ethan like a suffocating blanket. He staggered through the dark streets, the world around him seeming more distorted by the second. The usual hum of city life was gone. No cars, no people, no noise at all. Just the deafening silence that stretched endlessly. His mind raced with terror, his pulse pounding in his ears. The messages had stopped for the moment, but their haunting presence lingered in his every thought, twisting into dark corners of his mind he hadn't dared explore. Ethan knew he was being hunted, but by whom? Or by what? He couldn't say. All he knew was that the feeling of being watched had become a constant, suffocating presence, like an invisible predator circling, waiting for the right moment to strike. He pulled his coat tighter around his body, but it did nothing to protect him from the dread that seemed to seep into his very bones. His phone buzzed once again, the sound cutting through the silence like a sharp blade. He froze, his stomach lurching with anxiety as his hand moved, almost against his will, toward the device. There was no escape from the terror. He had tried to convince himself otherwise, to believe that maybe it was all a sick joke, or some twisted coincidence. But the truth was undeniable now. This was not a game. He wasn't in control anymore. Do you feel it? The message read, the words forming on the screen with a sinister finality. It's closer now. You'll never escape. His breath caught in his throat. He looked around, but there was no one in sight. The empty streets mocked him, their vast, eerie emptiness amplifying his isolation. The words on his phone burned into his mind, each syllable wrapping itself around his thoughts like a chain, pulling him deeper into the abyss of his own fear. He wasn't just afraid of what was happening. He was afraid of what was becoming of him. Something had changed within him since he first received that cursed message. His thoughts felt foreign, like they weren't his own, as though something was seeping into his mind, corrupting it, rewriting it. His heart thudded loudly in his chest, but it was no longer just the sound of fear. It was something else, a pulse, a rhythm, a pattern that echoed through his veins, urging him onward, as though he were no longer alone in his body. He turned down a dark alley, hoping to lose himself in the shadows, but they didn't offer the comfort they once had. The darkness here was different, thicker, more suffocating, like it was pressing against him, forcing him to face the truth he had been running from. He tried to calm himself, but his mind wouldn't cooperate. The air felt too heavy, thick with a presence that wasn't his own. He stumbled forward, desperate to find some sign of life, some evidence that he hadn't fallen off the edge of the world. But everything was wrong. The alley stretched on, the walls closing in, the path growing narrower, until the very space seemed to be contracting around him. His legs faltered beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It was then that he heard it, the faintest sound, a whisper, barely audible over the roar of his own thoughts. At first, he thought it was the wind, the city's breath. But no, it was a voice, soft and low, seeping into his mind. It felt like it was coming from everywhere, surrounding him, crawling beneath his skin. You can't run, Ethan. The words froze him in place. His blood ran cold and his vision blurred. He wanted to scream, to shout, to run as far as his legs would carry him. But he couldn't move. The voice wasn't in his ears. It was inside him, as if the very essence of his being was being invaded, twisted. The message from earlier flashed in his mind. I'm closer now. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. Minutes? Hours? It didn't matter. Time seemed irrelevant now, caught in a warped limbo where nothing made sense. Ethan's gaze lifted to the alley's far end, where the faintest glimmer of light shone. He wanted to run toward it, to escape the suffocating darkness that seemed to close in from all sides. But as he moved, as his feet hit the cold, wet ground, the light flickered and the shadows twisted. Something was there. Something was watching him from the corner of his eye. His heart raced faster now, each beat thundering in his chest. He glanced around, his breathing erratic. The air felt thicker, pressing against his lungs, suffocating him. He tried to take another step, but his legs refused to move. And then he heard it, a low, guttural sound, almost like breathing. It came from the darkness, from the very walls around him. Ethan's eyes widened as he searched for the source, but there was nothing. Just the creeping shadows, the suffocating silence, and the growing weight of something unnatural, something far too powerful for him to comprehend. The sound grew louder, more insistent, until it was right next to him. It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a growl, a deep, monstrous growl that vibrated through his bones. He stumbled backward, panic surging in his chest. But there was no escape. The alley had become a prison, the walls pressing in on him from all sides, as if they were closing in on him, guiding him towards something terrible, something he wasn't meant to face. He heard the footsteps then, slow and deliberate, dragging through the wet ground. The sound grew closer, too close. He could feel it, the heat, the presence. "You'll never escape me," the voice murmured, now unmistakably close. It was behind him, just a breath away. Ethan didn't dare turn around. He was frozen in place, his entire body rigid with fear, as if he were waiting for a blow he knew was coming, but couldn't prepare for. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shifted. A soft, unnatural scraping sound followed by a loud crack filled the air. Ethan's heart stopped. He turned just in time to see the shadowed figure emerging from the darkness, a tall, hunched form with glowing eyes. It was there, standing before him, its presence so overwhelming that Ethan couldn't breathe. The shadowy figure reached out, its cold fingers brushing against his cheek. The contact sent a shock of ice through his veins, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move, unable to scream. The figure leaned closer, its face still obscured in the darkness. "You're mine now," it whispered, its voice dripping with malice, like a serpent coiling around its prey. "I will never let you go." And in that moment, Ethan realized the truth he had been avoiding. He wasn't just running from a person. He wasn't even running from a monster. He was running from something older, something deeper, something that had always been there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The real horror wasn't what chased him. It was what was already inside him. Ethan's mind raced, thrashing against the growing grip of panic that seemed to reach into the deepest parts of his thoughts. His breaths came in ragged gasps as his eyes desperately searched the alley. But no matter where he looked, the darkness seemed to devour every ounce of light. The creature before him remained an enigma, its towering, hunched form almost fluid in the shadows, shifting with an unnatural grace. He could feel its presence, heavy and suffocating, the way it seemed to consume the air around him. It was as if every part of the alley, every stone and every crack in the pavement, was being drawn toward the being, its energy pulling everything in, forcing Ethan into submission. His body was locked in place, frozen with the weight of an impossible dread. There was no escape, no way to fight back, no weapon, no strength left inside him. As he lay there, unable to move, the air around him grew thick, too thick, as if it were made of something dense and suffocating. His lungs felt as though they were collapsing, unable to take in enough oxygen. The weight of the presence of the figure grew heavier, pressing against his chest, like it was slowly suffocating him, bending him into submission. Every inch of his body screamed for freedom, for the ability to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. They were leaden, numb with terror. The figure's eyes, glowing an eerie, unnatural hue, locked onto his. They didn't blink, didn't flicker with emotion. They just watched him, as if it had all the time in the world to wait for his final moment. There was no hurry, no rush. It knew that Ethan was already trapped in a net, not one of strings, but of fear itself, a fear so deep that it paralyzed every instinct in his body. The creature's voice came again, like the scraping of nails on a chalkboard, the sound of something ancient, something far older than human understanding. Its words slid through his ears, not merely spoken, but sunk into his mind, infiltrating the deepest corners of his thoughts. "You're just like them, aren't you?" It murmured, the voice whispering with an unnerving calmness. Just like every other soul that thought it could run, thought it could escape. Ethan tried to scream, but the words felt trapped inside him, caught like a bird inside a cage. The sound of his own pulse seemed to drown out everything else, his body trembling uncontrollably, his skin crawling with the unshakable sensation of being violated, not physically, but mentally, in a way that felt far worse. The alley around him seemed to shrink, the walls closing in, constricting like the grip of a hand tightening around his throat. His vision blurred as the darkness grew thicker, but even in the haze, he could see the vague shape of the creature moving closer to him, drawn toward him like a predator stalking its prey. It wasn't like any beast Ethan had ever seen, not a human nor any animal he knew. It was something far darker, a presence made of shadow, and something far worse, something that hungered, not for flesh, but for souls, for despair. The creature didn't need to speak to make Ethan understand that it wasn't simply hunting him. It had already claimed him. His very being was an offering, a trap set long before his arrival. And that was when the horror struck with a force that shattered his mind. It wasn't just following him. It was inside him, a malignant force already wrapped around his very soul. The messages on his phone, the strange feeling that had haunted him for days. They weren't mere coincidence. The creature had been feeding on his fear, on his weakness, drawing him into its lair piece by piece, until it was too late for him to even comprehend how he'd fallen so deep into its clutches. Ethan's chest tightened, and he gasped for air that seemed to grow thinner by the second. He tried to move, tried to push himself away, but his limbs felt heavy, like they were made of stone. It was like being paralyzed by terror itself. The creature, no longer a vague shadow, now stood directly over him. Its face, if you could call it that, was a shifting mass of darkness, no features, no eyes, just an endless void. But in that void, Ethan could feel something. Hunger, a gnawing, endless hunger that tore through the space around them, eating up all light, all hope, until nothing remained but the oppressive weight of fear. Underscore, you think you're the first? Underscore, the creature whispered, its voice so close now that Ethan could feel its cold breath brush against his skin. Underscore, you think you're the only one who's ever been drawn into this game. Underscore, Ethan's heart thudded painfully against his ribs, and in that moment, he realized with sickening clarity that this wasn't the first time. This wasn't the first soul to fall into this dark maze, nor would it be the last. The alley was an endless cycle, a labyrinth with no exit. It had consumed countless others before him, and once it had fed on their fear, it would move on, only to return, to claim more. He was just another victim in a cycle as old as the darkness itself. Underscore, you're mine now. Underscore, the creature hissed, the words crawling under Ethan's skin like the touch of thousands of tiny spiders. The air felt heavy, suffocating, pressing him into the ground, and as the creature reached out with its long, twisted fingers, Ethan knew that there was no more running. There was no more escape. The fear he had been feeling all along was just the beginning, the precursor to something far worse, something far darker. The creature's grip on his mind tightened, wrapping its tendrils of terror around every thought, every memory, until there was nothing left of him, nothing but fear, nothing but the hunger that called to him from the depths of darkness. As the creature's cold fingers brushed against his cheek once again, Ethan felt something shift deep within him. Something broke, something snapped. It wasn't just his will that was being crushed. It was his very identity, his humanity, unraveling piece by piece in the creature's presence. The last flicker of resistance inside him faded away, drowned in the crushing weight of the darkness. He couldn't scream, couldn't fight, couldn't even feel anymore. There was nothing left of the person he once was. Only fear, only the creature, only the abyss. The shadows seemed to swallow him whole then, and in that instant, Ethan became part of it, an echo in the darkness, a soul lost to the void, forgotten by time and space. The creature stood over him, its endless hunger satisfied for now, its presence slipping back into the shadows from which it had emerged. Ethan was gone, consumed, lost to the darkness. And as the alley returned to its eerie silence, as the world around him continued spinning in oblivious ignorance, the creature's voice echoed in the emptiness, a whisper that would never fade. Underscore, there will always be more, always more. Underscore. And the cycle would continue, waiting for the next soul to wander too close to the edge, too close to the dark. The moon hung low in the sky, a sickly pale orb, casting a dim, eerie light over the alley. The shadows stretched unnaturally long, as though reaching for something or someone, waiting in silence. It was quiet, too quiet. Not a sound could be heard, not a breath, not a whisper, not even the soft shuffle of a distant rat or the rustle of a stray leaf carried by the wind. The night seemed frozen, suspended in time, a pause that only heightened the sense of dread that clung to the air. Ethan's body was numb, paralyzed by the horror that had consumed him. But even in his state of terror, his mind raced, clinging to the last threads of his consciousness. He tried to move, tried to break free from the suffocating grip of the creature's presence. But it was no use. Every part of him, Every nerve screamed in silent agony, but his body simply would not respond. The creature hovered over him like a shadow, but not just any shadow. Its form was ever-changing, fluid, its presence so alien, so unnatural that it seemed to defy the very laws of reality. The ground beneath Ethan's trembling body seemed to warp and twist as the creature's power distorted the space around them. Every inch of the alley was being pulled into the abyss that the creature had birthed, its dark tendrils spreading outward, infecting everything in its path. The walls seemed to close in, bending and shifting in impossible angles, creating a labyrinth that had no escape. Ethan's mind struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what was happening to him, but there was no rational explanation. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, and he was caught at its center, trapped in an ever-tightening snare. Through the crushing weight of his fear, he thought back to the strange occurrences that had led him here, the dark whispers that had invaded his thoughts, the cold shiver that had crept up his spine whenever he passed by the alley, the overwhelming sense of being watched that never left him. He had dismissed it all, told himself it was just the stress, just the weight of the world pushing down on him. But now, in the face of the creature that stood before him, the truth was undeniable. There had been no escaping this, no avoiding the inevitable. The creature had been waiting for him, lurking in the shadows, feeding on the very fear that had been growing inside him for so long. It had known him, had understood his vulnerabilities, had sensed his weaknesses. The whispers, the strange coincidences, it had all been part of its plan, pulling him closer, drawing him into its dark embrace. Ethan's heart pounded wildly in his chest as his mind screamed for him to fight, to survive. But he was no longer in control. The creature had already taken him, consumed him from the inside out. His mind, once a sanctuary, had become a battlefield, his every thought a war against the creature's influence. As the creature moved closer, its form seemed to grow larger, towering over him, casting a shadow so deep that it seemed to swallow everything in its path. Ethan could feel the air grow colder, the temperature dropping with each passing second. His breath came out in ragged gasps, visible in the frigid air, his body trembling from the cold and the terror that gripped him. The creature reached out, its long, twisted fingers stretching toward him with a speed that defied reason. Ethan tried to scream, tried to lash out, but no sound escaped his lips. His voice was gone, silenced by the weight of the creature's presence, as if it had stolen every last shred of his power. The fingers touched his skin cold and clammy, like the touch of death itself. A jolt of pain shot through his body, sharp and searing, as if his very soul was being ripped from his body. His chest constricted, his heart racing in his chest, but there was no escape. The creature's grip tightened, pulling him closer, and with each passing second, the darkness around them deepened. Ethan's vision blurred, the world spinning as the creature's grip grew tighter, its power overwhelming him, sinking deeper into his mind. And then, for a brief, fleeting moment, Ethan was no longer aware of the alley, the creature, or the fear that had consumed him. His mind was blank, empty, floating in a void, devoid of thought or sensation. But as quickly as it had come, that moment of numbness faded, replaced by a surge of raw terror, more intense than anything he had ever known. It was as if every bone in his body screamed for release, for freedom, but there was no escaping the creature's hold. Its power was absolute, its presence inescapable. Ethan could feel his very essence being drained away, his thoughts slipping through his fingers like sand, until there was nothing left but the creature's hunger, its insatiable need for more. It was feeding on him, not just his body, but his very soul, pulling everything into itself, consuming it whole. He was becoming a part of it, a mere echo in the darkness, a forgotten fragment lost in the void. The creature's voice echoed in his mind, a low, guttural whisper that made his skin crawl. "You're nothing, just like all the others before you. Another soul, another piece of the puzzle, another offering to the darkness." The words were a cold, cruel truth, and in that moment, Ethan understood the horror of his fate. There was no escaping this, no fighting back. The creature had claimed him, and there was no longer any place for him in the world. His existence, his very being, was now bound to the darkness, a part of a cycle that had existed for as long as time itself. Ethan's body went limp in the creature's grip, his mind unraveling as it consumed him. The last flicker of resistance vanished, and he was lost, swallowed by the abyss. As the creature released him, Ethan's body collapsed to the ground, a lifeless husk. The creature stood over him for a moment, watching with an unblinking gaze, as if savoring the last moments of his existence. But there was no joy, no satisfaction in its eyes, only the cold, endless hunger that would never be quenched. With a final, swift motion, the creature disappeared into the darkness, its form fading into the shadows like a wisp of smoke, leaving only the cold, empty alley behind. For a moment, everything was silent. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something to break the stillness. But there was nothing. The alley was empty, desolate, a place forgotten by time. And as the night wore on, the shadows deepened, stretching ever further until they swallowed everything whole. Ethan was gone, lost to the darkness, his name erased from existence. But the creature remained, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next soul to wander too close, too deep into the abyss. The cycle would continue, as it always had, as it always would, and there was no escaping it, no way out, no hope for those who crossed its path. The creature's hunger would never be sated, and the darkness would never fade. The streets were silent, but Ethan felt the weight of the darkness pressing in on him, a suffocating blanket that seemed to be alive, watching his every move. He stumbled through the desolate cityscape, his heart still racing in his chest. The alleyway where the creature had first appeared seemed like a lifetime ago, but its presence lingered, an invisible force that gripped his very soul. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was following him, that the creature hadn't left him, not really. He turned down another alley, his footsteps echoing in the stillness, but the feeling only grew stronger. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as the shadows seemed to shift and writhe around him, like they were alive, moving of their own accord. He quickened his pace, but the darkness seemed to close in, narrowing his path, constricting around him until he could hardly breathe. Then, without warning, a cold gust of wind swept through the alley, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay, the smell of something dead. It was overpowering, sickening, and Ethan's stomach churned. He gasped for air, but it felt as though the wind had stolen the breath from his lungs. He could feel the oppressive weight of the darkness around him, pressing in on his chest, making it hard to think, to focus. He stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes scanning the shadows. There was something there, something moving in the corner of his vision, just beyond the reach of the dim streetlights. It was a fleeting shadow, barely a glimpse, but it was enough. Ethan's heart hammered in his chest as he turned, desperately searching for the source of the movement. But the alley was empty, the silence once again consuming everything. For a moment, he thought he had imagined it, but then a whisper echoed in the distance, soft at first, like a breeze rustling through the leaves, but it grew louder with each passing second. The words were unintelligible, like some ancient language, a sound that twisted and turned, crawling into his ears like insects burrowing under his skin. Ethan's blood ran cold as the whispers grew, surrounding him, suffocating him. His legs felt heavy, as though they were being weighed down by some unseen force, and panic surged through him. He turned, but the alley stretched endlessly in front of him, twisting and bending in impossible angles. The world itself seemed to warp, the familiar surroundings becoming distorted, unfamiliar, as if reality itself was breaking apart at the seams. His breaths came in short, shallow gasps as he stumbled backward, his heart pounding so hard it threatened to burst from his chest. Then the whispers stopped. The sudden silence was deafening. Ethan froze, straining his ears, trying to catch even the faintest sound. But there was nothing. No rustling of wind, no distant sounds of traffic, no hum of the city. It was as if the world itself had ceased to exist. A suffocating, oppressive silence had taken its place, and Ethan felt the weight of it pressing down on him, crushing him. He could feel his sanity slipping away, the edges of his mind fraying, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling around him. The darkness seemed to pulse alive, as if it was breathing, and Ethan realized with a sickening lurch in his stomach that it wasn't just the shadows that were closing in on him. It was something else, something far worse. The air around him grew colder, the temperature plummeting as though the very atmosphere had turned to ice. His breath became visible, hanging in the air like smoke, but it didn't seem to dissipate. It lingered, swirling around him, thick and heavy. And then, from the depths of the darkness, a figure emerged. At first, it was nothing more than a shape, a silhouette. But as it drew closer, it became clearer, and the horror of it nearly made Ethan's heart stop. The figure was tall, impossibly so, its limbs long and thin, stretching out at angles that seemed unnatural. Its face was hidden in shadow, but Ethan could feel its eyes on him, piercing through the darkness, searching for him, like a predator scenting its prey. The creature's presence was suffocating, like the very air had thickened with its malice. It moved slowly, deliberately, its long, skeletal fingers brushing against the walls of the alley as it passed, leaving behind a trail of black, tar-like marks that seemed to seep into the very stone. Ethan was not alone. The shadows in the corners of the room, the space where the light never touched, were alive, moving. The walls seemed to pulse with a dark, unnatural rhythm, and in the distance, something watched him. He could feel its gaze, a presence that was far too familiar, far too terrifying to ignore. It was the same creature. It was still there, waiting, watching. But this time, it was not alone. More figures emerged from the darkness, their faces obscured, their movements jerky and unnatural. They moved toward him, silent and swift, like a horde of ghosts, each one carrying with it the weight of 1,000 nightmares. They were the things that had once been human, but had been twisted and warped by whatever malevolent force ruled this place. And as they closed in on him, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, Ethan realized that he had crossed a line, a point of no return. There was no escape. There was no way back to the world he had known. He was trapped, forever. The creature's voice echoed through the darkness once more, a whisper that sent chills down his spine. "You belong to us now," it said. "There is no escape from the dark. There is only us." And in that moment, Ethan understood the horrifying truth. He had never truly been alone. The shadows had always been there, waiting for him to see them, waiting for him to fall. And now he was one of them, a part of the darkness, a part of the void that would never be filled, forever lost. As Ethan stood frozen, surrounded by the growing, darkened figures, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were no longer just voices, but vibrations in the air, like unseen tendrils coiling around his mind. Every word they spoke felt like a weight pressing down on his skull, trying to crush him from the inside out. The figures were closer now. Some of them were humanoid, but their faces were distorted, stretched in unnatural ways, as though their features had been pulled into grotesque forms by a force beyond comprehension. Others were only faint outlines, shifting and flickering, too fast for him to fully make out. But the worst part was that they were all staring at him, their eyes, those hollow, endless eyes, burning into him like cold fire. It was as though they could see every dark corner of his soul, every fear, every regret. One of them, a tall, thin figure with elongated limbs and a face covered in an unsettling mask of cracked porcelain, stepped forward. Its fingers twitched unnaturally long, each joint creaking with a sound that made Ethan's skin crawl. A slow, deliberate grin spread across its mask, revealing teeth like shards of broken glass. "You thought you could escape," the figure whispered, its voice dripping with malice. "You thought running would save you, but the darkness knows no boundaries. It waits for all who try to flee." The ground beneath Ethan's feet shifted. The once solid floor now rippled like water, twisting and contorting, as if the very earth was alive, feeding off his fear. He tried to move, but his legs felt like they were encased in stone. His body betrayed him, unwilling to respond, as though it too had succumbed to the oppressive force of the shadows. Another figure, this one smaller and hunched over, stepped out from the crowd. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its mouth hung open in an endless scream. Though no sound came from it, its eyes were wide, bulging, as if something inside it was pushing its way to the surface. It lurched forward, its movements jerky, as though it was barely tethered to the physical world. Ethan could feel his heart pounding against his chest. Panic clawed at him, and a surge of adrenaline finally allowed him to break free of the paralysis. He stumbled backward, his legs trembling, but the darkness followed him, closing in around him like a suffocating blanket. He tried to scream, but his voice was swallowed by the overwhelming quiet that surrounded him. "You cannot run," a voice whispered from behind him. The words slithered into his ears like a venomous snake. "There is nowhere left to hide." Ethan whirled around, his eyes wild, searching for an escape, but the shadows seemed to shift and blur before him. It was as though the world itself was collapsing, bending inward, drawing him closer to the heart of the darkness. The light that had once seemed like a distant hope now flickered weakly in the distance, like a candle struggling to stay alight in a storm. The figures continued to circle around him, their twisted forms growing more distinct, their grotesque features sharper, more defined. One of them, a creature with a twisted, gaping mouth, reached out, its fingers scraping across the floor, leaving behind long, bloody trails. Ethan could feel the bile rising in his throat as the figure drew closer. Its eyes were empty, but they burned with an insatiable hunger, a hunger that Ethan knew could only be satisfied by consuming him, body and soul. In that moment, Ethan realized with a sickening certainty that he was not just a victim of this dark place. He was a part of it. The shadows, the creatures, the void, they were all a reflection of something inside him. They were born from the darkest corners of his mind, his guilt, his regrets, his fears. This place had been waiting for him all along. It had always been a part of him, just as he had always been a part of it. "You are ours," the tall figure with the porcelain mask said, its voice soft, but filled with a terrible finality. "Your soul will feed us, just as you have fed the darkness all these years." The words struck Ethan like a blow to the chest. He stumbled back, gasping for air, but his throat felt dry, constricted. The air around him thickened, and a low hum filled his ears, like the sound of a distant storm brewing. The walls of the void seemed to close in tighter, the space around him becoming smaller, more suffocating. The creatures moved closer, their twisted faces filling his vision, their eyes hungry and unblinking. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as though they were savoring every moment of his terror. Ethan's body shook, his mind screaming for a way out. But there was no escape. He had entered this world unwillingly, and now, it seemed, it would claim him forever. With a desperate cry, he reached out, trying to find something to cling to. But there was nothing. The darkness swallowed him whole, and in that instant, Ethan felt his consciousness slip away. His mind was pulled under, drowning in the void that had once been a silent abyss, but now roared like a hungry beast. His last thought before everything went black was a realization that burned through him like fire. He had become one with the darkness. The creatures were no longer just shadows, they were him. And he was them. The hunger, the cold, the darkness. It was all part of him now, a part of something far greater and far more terrible than he had ever imagined. When Ethan awoke, he was no longer sure if he had ever truly been awake. The world around him was indistinguishable from the nightmare he had just escaped. Or perhaps, the nightmare had never truly ended. The creatures were still there, watching him, waiting for him to fully accept what he had become. He could feel their presence in every corner, in every dark crevice, their cold gaze always on him, always pressing down on him. He tried to move, but his limbs were heavy, as though they were encased in ice. The whispers filled his mind again, louder now, pushing against his skull, urging him to give in. He knew what they wanted. They wanted him to accept his fate, to surrender to the dark force that had claimed him. And as the light flickered one last time, Ethan felt something stir inside him, a faint glimmer of resistance. But it was weak, so weak. The pull of the darkness was too strong, and with a final, shuddering breath, Ethan allowed it to claim him. The shadows swallowed him whole once more, and this time, he didn't fight it. He didn't want to. The darkness was everything now. The last thing Ethan heard before his mind was lost to the void was the soft, eerie voice of the creature with the porcelain mask, whispering in his ear, "Welcome home.